no one will be able to take back the nominations. In this entire situation today, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, and Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, are taking a very crucial meeting where some of the major points are going to get discussed. In this meeting, majorly the independent candidate which are not happy with Bharatiya Janata Party of giving tickets to Shiv Sena and NCP Ajit Pawar group, the independent candidates will be discussed in this entire meeting, where there will be discussions to take back the forms of independent candidates and make them happy with the situation and with the sort of things that they are going to discuss. In this entire situation, the major plan will be to make this rebel people happy, because this can be the major disaster for Mahayuti if this independent candidates go and fight the elections, because then the vote distribution will be so much complicated that Mahayuti have to face consequences in this entire situation. So now the major meeting is underway at the residence of Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde, and the sort out formula has been discussed inside the residence of CM Eknath Shinde. They will try to make rebel people happy in this entire scenario and try to sort out all the fuss which has been happening from last few days.
A video of Delhi's Bir Sarai traffic intersection has surfaced. It can be seen in this particular video that two traffic policemen, they're hanging on the bonnet of a car, and the driver of the car is trying to make them fall while driving fast. This incident, it occurred on Saturday evening around 7:30 p.m. And my colleague Tanushka joins us to get us more on this. Tanushka, break it down for us. So what exactly transpired, and what are the details?
Right, Osama. So this incident happened late last evening at around 7:30 p.m. and it happened in the Bir Sarai area, wherein these two traffic policemen were going about their duties, issuing traffic challans. And what we understand is that this car jumped the red light and came towards these two traffic policemen, and it directly hit them. Now, to avert any sort of further accident to themselves, injuries to themselves, the policemen stuck onto the bonnet of the car. The car dragged them for 20 meters. Currently, the two policemen are in Safdarjung Hospital undergoing treatment. The car has been recognized as registered under the name of a resident of Vasant Kunj by the name of Jai Bhagwan. So, further investigation is still underway, and a case has been registered under obstruction of government work and attempt to murder as well. As you can see in the visuals, these two policemen are being dragged around by the car driver, and the car driver ceasing to stop even after jumping the red light.
Right, Tanushka, stay with us, because there has been another high drama in east of Delhi, and two sisters, allegedly they have attacked the ex-DSP. The women, they were in that speeding car that hit the people, and both the accused, they have now been arrested. A shocker of an incident coming from East Delhi's Vasundhara enclave, where the ex-DSP has been attacked after stopping the accused from blowing horn, is what we understand. And Tanushka, just give us the details of this particular incident. From what we understand, 5 cases have been registered against both these sisters so far.
Right, exactly, Osama. And in the visuals, as you can also see, it's very intense, sort of an accident and a very well planned murder, also attempt to murder rather, that plays out here. These two sisters attacked the former DSP Ashok Kumar along with his daughter as well. So his daughter was also attacked. These two sisters have been arrested and are currently at New Ashoknagar police station. And this is the information that we have as of now about these sisters and this incident. The motive is still unclear as to why did they attack the former DSP and his daughter.
All right, Tanushka Datta there. Thank you very much for getting us all the details for those stories. Meanwhile, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, he released the BJP's manifesto ahead of the upcoming Jharkhand Assembly elections. Mr. Shah promised that the BJP, if it comes to power, will bring in the UCC in the state. He also made an outreach to the tribal communities and said that the BJP has focused its attention on the welfare of women and safeguarding borders.
घुसपैठियों को आपने पनाह दी, घुसपैठियों में आपको अपनी वोट बैंक दिखाई पड़ती है, आप आपकी धुन में मस्त हो। इस राज्य में आदिवासियों की संख्या घुसपैठ के कारण घट रही है। मैं आज झारखंड की जनता को कहना चाहता हूं, इस तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति को बंद कर सारे घुसपैठियों को चुन चुन कर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार झारखंड के बाहर निकालेगी।
देखिए, ये जो मैनिफेस्टो है ना, उस पर कोई भरोसा इसलिए नहीं करेगा। ना तो झारखंड का विकास इधर हुआ, ना रांची का विकास हुआ। आप यहाँ पे आपने देखा कि किस तरह से ये अभी तो गोगो योजना की बात वो लोग कर रहे हैं, लेकिन भाजपा के कार्यकाल में महिलाओं की तस्करी अपने चरम पर थी।
अरे बीजेपी जहाँ जहाँ घोषणा पत्र जारी करती है वो जुमला पत्र साबित होता है। इसके पहले जितने जगहों पर घोषणा पत्र जारी किया उस जुमला पत्र ही साबित हुआ। झारखंड में इतने दिनों तक शासन सबसे ज़्यादा समय तक बीजेपी ने किया, क्या दिया झारखंड को? झारखंड में बीजेपी बुरी तरह से हार रही है और हेमंत सोरेन जी की इंडिया गठबंधन की सरकार बनने जा रही है।
Now, the Uniform Civil Code has become a big poll issue in Jharkhand. It is BJP versus Congress over the UCC pitch by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. The BJP has promised that UCC will be implemented in Jharkhand. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah also mentioned that the Adivasis, they won't be affected by UCC. Congress, in the meanwhile, says that the Home Minister is trying to mislead the people and says that this is a habit of the BJP leaders to lie.
आज में एक अपप्रचार हेमंत सोरेन एंड कंपनी के द्वारा किया जा रहा है कि यूसीसी आएगा तो आदिवासियों के सांस्कृतिक अधिकार और उनके कानून समाप्त हो जाएंगे। हेमंत बाबू, झारखंड में यूसीसी जरूर आएगा। हमारी सरकार झारखंड में यूसीसी लाएगी, मगर यूसीसी से आदिवासियों को पूर्णतया हम बाहर रखेंगे। कोई आदिवासी के अधिकार और कानून को यूसीसी से हम नहीं छेड़ेंगे।
देखिए, गृह मंत्री क्या बोलते हैं उनको पता नहीं है। वो अगर गृह मंत्री के तौर पे बोल रहे हैं तो गलत बात है, अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता के तौर पे बोल रहे हैं तो सही बात है। झूठ बोलने की आदत है। आप क्यों बोल रहे हैं कि यूसीसी में आदिवासियों को शामिल नहीं किया जाएगा? क्योंकि आपने आदिवासियों को यूसीसी में शामिल किया है, उसके लिए आप अपनी क्षमा मांग रहे हैं। चुनाव का वक्त है, आप इस तरह की बात करके बरगलाना चाहते हैं।
An active politician Vijay's party TVK have passed resolutions opposing the NEET, BJP's proposal for One Nation, One Election and the Waqf Amendment Bill. TVK meeting was chaired by Vijay himself. The TVK also passed a resolution condemning the DMK government, alleging that the law and order situation in Tamil Nadu deteriorated under this government. Now, while November 5th is when US heads to what is expected to its tightest election race in history, the race is far from over. Watch this report to find out what happens in the race to the White House after November 5th.
On November 5th, every election season, the US air crackles with anticipation. The nation holds its breath, caught in the whirlwind of democracy. Here's what unfolds in this dramatic saga. Polls close and the hush of uncertainty blankets the country. Voters anxiously await results, their fates hanging in a balance. Election workers, fueled by coffee and adrenaline, dive into the monumental task of counting ballots, a process fraught with tension and suspense. As the night deepens, the first waves of results trickle in. States light up on the map, red and blue battles playing out in real time. Twitter explodes, pundits speculate, and hope flickers like a candle in the storm. In battleground states, margins are razor thin, and every vote feels like a heartbeat. Days turn into weeks as the results are certified. Behind the scenes, election officials work tirelessly, verifying votes and ensuring integrity. In contested states, lawyers gear up for potential challenges, ready to navigate the labyrinth of legal disputes. Tension mounts as the clock ticks. Every hour, every minute feels like eternity. Fast forward to December, the appointed electors gather, each one a pivotal piece in the electoral puzzle. With the nation watching, they cast their votes, their decision shrouded in intrigue. Will they stick to the will of the voters, or will surprises emerge? January 6, 2025 dawns, the day Congress meets to count the electoral votes. The atmosphere is electric, a theatre of democracy in action. Politicians clash, tensions rise, and the stakes are sky high. Will the outcome be a smooth transition of power, or will the ghosts of division haunt the capital? Finally, the moment arrives. January 20th, 2025 is more than a date, it's a spectacle. The air is thick with emotion as the President-elect and Vice President-elect take their oaths, their voices echoing against the backdrop of history. Cheers and jeers blend into a cacophony of hope, fear and promise as a new chapter in the American story begins. In this dramatic aftermath, the nation grapples with the implications of the election. It is a reminder that democracy is not just a process, but a vibrant, tumultuous journey filled with possibility. The stage is set and the world watches, captivated by the unfolding drama of the American spirit. An NDTV Bureau Report.
And some cricket news now. It was a horror show from the Men in Blue on the third day of the Wankhede Test against the Kiwis. Now, New Zealand completed a historic clean sweep as India suffered their first series loss at home since South Africa's 2-0 win in 1999-2000. It was also India's first ever 3-0 clean sweep loss at home.
That's in the air. Oh, he's gone again. This time he's in trouble.
India bundled out New Zealand early as Jadeja once again starred with a 5-wicket haul.
Akashdeep there, and India have wrapped up this innings pretty quickly.
But then came the horror show from the Men in Blue yet again in the series.
That's in the air.
Wickets fell in a heap. First, it was the captain whose horrific run with the bat continued.
He's in big.
It's their captain, 13 for 1.
And then Shubman Gill.
He's left it and he's heard the sound of timber.
Followed by another failure with the bat by Virat Kohli.
That's taken. Has that carried?
India were down to 29 for 5, looking at another embarrassing defeat against the Kiwis.
That's in the air.
Although Rishabh Pant mounted a counter-attack, but India were left reeling at 72 for 6, still needing over 70 runs to win. But the Kiwi pressure continued and pushed India into a corner.
Is there batting bowling in this one?
And after Pant departed, India's lower order folded cheaply. A historic clean sweep by New Zealand. This was the first time India have been whitewashed in a test series at home since South Africa's 2-0 win in 1999-2000. It was also India's first ever 3-0 clean sweep at home.
History. Another wicket here for
something like this will be a very low point in my career, having lost, 3 games at home. And yep, I fully take the responsibility of that, as a captain and as a leader as well. I have not been at the best of my abilities right from the start of the series.
And renowned Kannada filmmaker Guru Prasad, aged 52, known for his acclaimed movies such as Mata, Edilu Manjunatha and Director's Special. He was found dead in his Bengaluru apartment on Sunday. This tragic discovery was made after neighbors in the Dasanapura locality where he lived alone reported a foul smell from his flat. Upon investigation, the police found Guru Prasad's decomposing body hanging from the ceiling fan. Initial reports suggest that financial difficulties and pressure from creditors may have led to this unfortunate end. And my colleague Pratibha joins us to get us more on this. Pratibha, a really unfortunate incident. The filmmaker Guru Prasad, he's no more.
Extremely unfortunate, no doubt, because he's known for some of his best works, such as Mata, Yedelu Manjunata, some of the films that has also won him state awards. And he was unfortunately found hanging at a flat in a private apartment complex on the northern outskirts of Bengaluru today. And what we hear is that the 52-year-old director's death is suspected to be a case of suicide that could have perhaps occurred a couple of days ago. The police are yet to ascertain the cause of death. The highly decomposed body was found hanging from a ceiling fan in the flat in Mandanayakkanahalli, and there was foul smell that was emanating from the flat, and that is how neighbors seem to have alerted the police. The police have confirmed the incident, and well-placed police sources have also said that they are combing the flat with the assistance of a team from the FSL. Guru Prasad's body has been shifted for post-mortem. More will be known once the post-mortem report is out.
All right, Pratibha Raman, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. Now, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, he is in Jharkhand where he is addressing a rally in Chhatra. This is after releasing the poll manifesto for the upcoming Jharkhand elections.
योजना के तहत 2100 रुपया हर महीने हर दीदी के अकाउंट में जमा करने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। भाइयों बहनों, सारी दीदियों को 500 रुपये में गैस का सिलेंडर और दीपावली और रक्षाबंधन के दिन 2 सिलेंडर मुफ्त देने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। हर युवा को 2000 रुपया बेकारी भत्ता देने का काम हम करेंगे और 2,87,000 युवाओं को एक ही साल में सरकारी नौकरी देने का काम भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। पेपर लीक करने वालों को उल्टा लटकाकर सीधा करने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। माताओं बहनों, आप 50 लाख तक जो भी खरीदो, स्टैंप ड्यूटी अब सिर्फ 1 रुपया लगेगी। आपकी स्टैंप ड्यूटी माफ करने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। 10 सरकारी मेडिकल कॉलेज खोले जाएंगे। आयुष्मान भारत योजना और जीवन धारा योजना के तहत गरीब को 10 लाख तक का इलाज मुफ्त और 5 लाख तक का इलाज कोई भी 70 साल के आयु वाले नागरिक के लिए मुफ्त। 15 लाख तक आपको इलाज के लिए कोई खर्चा करना नहीं पड़ेगा। किसानों का धान 3100 रुपया क्विंटल खरीदी जाएगा और दलहन भी एमएसपी के आधार पर खरीदने का काम हम करेंगे। वृद्धों का, विधवाओं का और दिव्यांगों का पेंशन बढ़ाकर 2500 रुपया प्रति माह करने का काम हम करेंगे और हमारे बाबा वैद्यनाथ और बाबा वासुकीनाथ के लिए 500 करोड़ खर्च कर बहुत बड़ा तीर्थ क्षेत्र बनाएंगे। और हमारे प्रमुख देवी मंदिर, जिसमें हमारा भद्रकाली मंदिर भी आता है, इसको भगवती सर्किट के नाम से विकास करने का काम भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी।
Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
we reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some.
नमस्ते दोस्तों एंड वेलकम टू टेक विद टीजी। ये एक ऐसा शो है जहां पे हम डिस्कस करते हैं कुछ ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजीज के बारे में जो इस दुनिया को बदल रही हैं, एट द सेम टाइम दे आर आल्सो इंपैक्टिंग द एंटायर ग्लोब। एंड टुडे व्हाट आई हैव फॉर यू इज समथिंग व्हिच हैज क्लियरली गॉन टू द स्काई, आई मीन लिटरली, बिकॉज मैं आपसे बात करने वाला हूं ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में। विल एक्सप्लोर व्हाट एग्जैक्टली आर दीज ड्रोन्स, इनकी हिस्ट्री क्या थी, व्हाट्स द करंट सिनेरियो, व्हाट्स द फ्यूचर ऑफ ड्रोन्स इन इंडिया, और कैसे ये बहुत बड़े स्केल पे हम सभी की लाइफ्स को इम्पैक्ट कर रहे हैं और इनफैक्ट कर भी सकते हैं। हेलो गाइस, माय नेम इज गौरव एके टेक्निकल गुरुजी, यू आर वाचिंग टेक विद टीजी। जल्दी से आगे बढ़ते हैं, चलिए शुरू करते हैं। Now, before we even start talking about drones, let's first understand कि आखिर एक ड्रोन होता क्या है। Well, simply put, a drone is a unmanned aircraft. ये एक ऐसा एयरक्राफ्ट होता है जहां पे कोई पायलट नहीं बैठा होता है और पायलट इसके नजदीक भी कहीं नहीं होता है। बेसिकली यू कंट्रोल इट फ्रॉम फार अवे यूजिंग रिमोट कंट्रोलर्स या फिर क्वाइट सोफिस्टिकेटेड कंप्यूटर प्रोग्राम्स। तो बेसिकली अगर आपको हवा में कोई चीज उड़ती हुई दिखे जहां पे कोई उसको उसमें अंदर बैठ के उड़ा ना रहा हो, यू कैन क्लियरली से दैट इट इज एन अनमैन्ड एरियल व्हीकल या फिर सिंपली पुट अ ड्रोन। But a drone is not just like a single category of aircraft, because यहाँ पे बहुत सारे अलग अलग तरीके के drones available होते हैं and they have lots of parts going inside. So एक बार हम जल्दी से explore करते हैं that to make a drone या how exactly a drone is made using all different kinds of parts, जहाँ पे हर एक part का एक बहुत important role होता है।
Now let's take a look inside these drones and try to understand कि ये कैसे काम करते हैं। First up, the frame. ये ड्रोन का स्ट्रक्चर होता है, usually built with lightweight but strong materials like carbon fiber या fiberglass. ये फ्रेम ही सब components को होल्ड करता है। Then comes the motors and propellers. ये ड्रोन की जान है। इलेक्ट्रिक मोटर्स रोटेट करते हैं प्रोपेलर्स को, जनरेटिंग द थ्रस्ट नीडेड फॉर लिफ्ट एंड मूवमेंट। ज्यादा मोटर्स और प्रोपेलर्स मतलब ज्यादा पावर और मैन्यूवरेबिलिटी। Then come the electronic speed controllers, the ESCs. ये मोटर्स को पावर डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करते हैं फ्रॉम द बैटरी और कंट्रोल करते हैं प्रोपेलर स्पीड, अल्टीमेटली कंट्रोलिंग द ड्रोन्स मूवमेंट। Then comes the battery. ये ड्रोन को एनर्जी देता है, जस्ट लाइक योर फोन। बैटरी कैपेसिटी डिसाइड करता है कि ड्रोन कितनी देर तक फ्लाई कर सकता है, और ये लिथियम पॉलीमर बैटरीज होती हैं, नोन फॉर हाई एनर्जी डेंसिटी। फिर आता है द फ्लाइट कंट्रोलर। गाइस, ये है ड्रोन का दिमाग। ये सबसे क्रूशियल कंपोनेंट है जो सेंसर से डेटा कलेक्ट करता है, लाइक जायरोस्कोप, एक्सेलेरोमीटर, बैरोमीटर, जीपीएस, और उस डेटा के अकॉर्डिंग मोटर्स और ESCs को इंस्ट्रक्शंस देता है फॉर स्टेबल एंड कंट्रोल्ड फ्लाइट। Another major components for drones is their sensors. ये ड्रोन को नेविगेट करने में मदद करते हैं, GPS लोकेशन बताता है, जायरोस्कोप ओरिएंटेशन, एक्सेलेरोमीटर एक्सेलरेशन एंड टिल्ट, एंड बैरोमीटर ऑल्टीट्यूड। कम्युनिकेशन सिस्टम्स, ये ड्रोन को कम्युनिकेट करने में मदद करता है रिमोट कंट्रोल या ग्राउंड स्टेशन से, रेडियो वेव्स के थ्रू। कैमरा एंड गिम्बल, फोटोज एंड वीडियोस कैप्चर करने के लिए ये मॉडर्न ड्रोन्स में हाई रेजोल्यूशन कैमरास, थर्मल कैमरास, इवन लाइडा सेंसर्स होते हैं फॉर एडवांस्ड एप्लीकेशंस लाइक 3D मैपिंग। गिम्बल एक प्लेटफॉर्म होता है जो कैमरा को स्टेबलाइज करता है फॉर स्मूथ फुटेज इवन ड्यूरिंग फ्लाइट।
फ्रेंड्स, अभी जब आप जान चुके हैं कि व्हाट ऑल थिंग्स गो इनसाइड व्हाइल यू ट्राई टू मेक अ ड्रोन, लेट मी टेल यू कि ड्रोन्स की हिस्ट्री कैसी है। If you think that it's just a recent trend जो हमने देखा है पिछले कुछ सालों में, let me tell you it's almost a century old, because it was almost in World War I जब रेडियो कंट्रोल्ड अनमैन्ड एयरक्राफ्ट्स को यूज किया गया अलग अलग सिनेरियोज के लिए, जस्ट टू डायरेक्ट द आर्टिलरी, या फिर समटाइम्स टू कंफ्यूज, समटाइम्स जस्ट फॉर टारगेट प्रैक्टिस। बट टुडे विद द मॉडर्न एडवांसमेंट्स, जहां पे वैक्यूम ट्यूब्स की जगह ले ली है ट्रांजिस्टर्स ने, वी हैव दिस इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिवोल्यूशन गोइंग ऑल अराउंड अस। कंपोनेंट्स छोटे हो गए हैं, वी हैव हाई कैपेसिटी लिथियम पॉलीमर बैटरीज। टुडे all of this combined has shaped the future for drones, especially the consumer drones जो आजकल आप चारों तरफ देखते हैं। और आज यही drones अलग अलग फील्ड में अपना जलवा दिखा रहे हैं, from delivering pizzas to inspecting bridges, जहां पे farmers काम में लेते हैं इनको अपनी crops पे spray करने के लिए, या फिर you see multiple movies utilizing these drones for some breathtaking shots। तो यहां पे ये तो बात हो गई ड्रोन्स की हिस्ट्री के बारे में और करंट सिनेरियो के बारे में, लेकिन अब हम जानते हैं थोड़ा सा अलग अलग टाइप्स के ड्रोन्स के बारे में, बिकॉज इट्स नॉट जस्ट अ क्वाड कॉप्टर दैट यू सी, यू नो, इट्स अ स्मॉल टॉय। वी हैव मल्टीपल वैरायटीज ऑफ ड्रोन्स, फ्रॉम सर्विलेंस ड्रोन्स टू दीज फन ड्रोन्स, या फिर हम बात कर सकते हैं वर्टिकल टेक ऑफ एंड लैंडिंग ड्रोन्स के बारे में भी। सो ह्यूज वैरायटी। लेट्स सी कितने तरह के ड्रोन्स होते हैं।
नाउ लेट्स टॉक अबाउट द टाइप्स ऑफ ड्रोन्स। ड्रोन्स आते हैं वेरियस शेप्स एंड साइजेस में, डिपेंडिंग ऑन देयर पर्पस। कुछ पॉपुलर ड्रोन टाइप्स हैं मल्टी रोटर ड्रोन्स। दीज आर क्वाडकॉप्टर्स, हेक्साकॉप्टर्स एक्सेट्रा। ये सबसे कॉमन टाइप हैं, इजी टू फ्लाई, अफोर्डेबल और हाईली मैन्यूवरेबल। इनमें 4, 6 या 8 रोटर्स होते हैं फॉर स्टेबल फ्लाइट, परफेक्ट फॉर बिगिनर्स, फोटोग्राफी, वीडियोग्राफी एंड इंस्पेक्शन वर्क। Then there are the fixed wing drones. ये एयरप्लेन्स जैसे दिखते हैं with fixed wings instead of rotors. ये लॉन्ग डिस्टेंसेस कवर करते हैं ज्यादा स्पीड से और कैरी कर सकते हैं heavier payloads. These are mostly used for mapping, surveillance and long range inspections. Then there are single rotor helicopters. ये ट्रेडिशनल हेलीकॉप्टर्स जैसे होते हैं, एक मेन रोटर और टेल रोटर के साथ। ये हैवी ऑब्जेक्ट्स लिफ्ट कर सकते हैं और प्रिसाइज मैन्यूवरिंग में एक्सपर्ट होते हैं। इनका यूज होता है कार्गो ट्रांसपोर्ट, एरियल स्प्रेइंग एंड सर्च एंड रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस में। Then there are the hybrid VTOL drones. ये कॉम्बिनेशन है मल्टी रोटर और फिक्स्ड विंग ड्रोन्स का। ये वर्टिकली टेक ऑफ एंड लैंड कर सकते हैं लाइक अ हेलीकॉप्टर एंड देन स्विच टू फॉरवर्ड फ्लाइट फॉर एफिशिएंसी, कंबाइनिंग द बेस्ट ऑफ बोथ वर्ल्ड्स।
अब दोस्तों बात करते हैं इंडिया की एंड लुकिंग फ्रॉम दिस लेंस आई वुड से इंडिया हैज अ ह्यूज पोटेंशियल इन दिस स्पेस। मतलब ड्रोन्स अलग अलग जगह पे हम काम में ले सकते हैं, फ्रॉम ई कॉमर्स टू एग्रीकल्चर। बहुत सारे ऐसे फील्ड्स हैं जहां पे ड्रोन्स के बहुत सारे फायदे हो सकते हैं, बट देर आर सम रेस्ट्रिक्शंस एज वेल। सबसे पहले इफ यू टॉक अबाउट द ड्रोन रेगुलेशन, सो इन इंडिया इट्स क्वाइट स्ट्रिक्ट, और उसका स्ट्रिक्ट होने का एक रीजन भी है, बिकॉज देयर कम्स द इशू अबाउट डेटा एंड प्रिवेसी। बिकॉज आप जानते हैं कि ऑल दीज ड्रोन्स दे हैव हाई एंड कैमराज एंड एवरीथिंग, सो डेटा प्रिवेसी या सिक्योरिटी भी एक कंसर्न बन जाता है। एंड देयर इज वन मोर कंसर्न विच इज अबाउट द अवेयरनेस एंड द स्किल सेट ऑफ पीपल। इंडिया में हमें जरूरत है कि हम ज्यादातर लोगों को बताएं कि ड्रोन से क्या क्या फायदे हो सकते हैं उनकी लाइफ्स में, ताकि वो उनको अपनी लाइफ का एक हिस्सा बना सकें। एट द सेम टाइम वुड ऑल्सो नीड टू ट्रेन पीपल विच आर केपेबल इनफ टू मैनेज दीज ड्रोन्स, ऑपरेट दीज ड्रोन्स एंड ऑल्सो मेंटेन दीज ड्रोन्स। वैसे ब्रेक के बाद मैं आपको एक बहुत ही स्पेशल टूर कराने वाला हूं ऑफ अ फैसिलिटी जहां पे विल सी व्हाट ऑल डिफरेंट काइंड्स ऑफ ड्रोन्स we can utilize in our lives for something good. Everything coming your way right after this short break.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. As he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं,
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही, त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद।
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत, पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे।
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले आहेत। शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
As the world watches with bated breath, the contest that will impact the world.
Exclusive insights, expert analysis, and ground zero updates as history unfolds.
We are not a vessel for the schemes of wannabe dictator.
I'm the opposite of a Nazi. The election that will have worldwide ramifications.
Immigration is far more than just a political talking point.
NDTV World brings you the best worldly insight from the US and across the world.
This is not just an election, it's a moment that will define a nation and the world, and we will be present.
Your view to the world. NDTV World. New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
news that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hello friends, welcome back after the break to your favorite show about technology, which is Tech with TG. And today's episode, the main highlight is drone. और drone के बारे में हमने बहुत कुछ जान लिया है अब तक. और इनफैक्ट अभी अगर आप देखेंगे from Indian perspective in India, we have numerous startups coming in which are doing lots of efforts in this space. और हम ये देख रहे हैं कि बहुत तेजी से एक दो नहीं बहुत सारे से नए स्टार्टअप्स आए हैं जो ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी के मामले में काफ़ी कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग कर रहे हैं. लेट्स विजिट एंड मीट अ फ्यू पीपल एंड उनसे हम समझते हैं कि आखिर हाउ हैज बीन द जर्नी एंड व्हाट ऑल दे आर डूइंग इन दिस स्पेस ऑफ फ्लाइंग इन द क्लाउड्स इन अ ड्रोन.
Basic idea was how do you enable one person to fly more than one drone. That is how we started. We were building this swarming technology where we successfully demonstrated one person flying 10 systems. At some point we realized that we can spin this technology off into doing these large drone shows, and that was more of an economic decision more than anything, because that was our part to profitability. So that's why we decided, okay, I think this is the way we should go and this is where we should concentrate our efforts. We wanted to make the hardware first. We wanted to make the hardware in India. And when we started almost 8 years ago, there wasn't much ecosystem. You had to import everything, and that's how we started at least. There was a test I remember where we failed miserably, and we realized that, buying something from somewhere and putting it into your drone and then praying that it doesn't fail is not scientific. So we decided that, okay, let's make it ourselves. So building hardware itself was very challenging. It's a very steep learning curve. Once your hardware is functional, then you need a team to build software on it, and you need software which can perform at scale. So that was the second challenge. It was back in July 2021 where some officials from Ministry of Defence saw our posts online and they were intrigued, and they asked us, can you do 1,000 drones at Rashtrapati Bhavan for the next year's meeting retreat? And we had less than 6 months. This was in the middle of the pandemic and there was a severe chip shortage, so there was no ICs available. We had enough material to put 100 drones together. And when they said, can you do 1,000? We said yes. We waited for them to leave. Then all the team just came together and we said, okay, how do we do this? We had to redesign everything. We had to redesign whatever the core technology was, and we did that in 3 weeks with whatever components that were available. And in 6 months, we were able to make 1,000 drones, and then we flew 1,000 drones as Rashtrapati Bhavan. The software is what enables us to run through the iterations, run through a lot of simulations. So we ensure safety, that these drones don't collide, they work as intended, and they don't go outside the prescribed flight volume. So that is the primary concern. For every hour of flight, there is about 80 hours of simulation. Going forward, we have incorporated a lot of AI into our path planning algorithms. Initially, think about decluttering 100 drones. You can think of doing it yourself, but when the numbers goes to 1,000, 5,000, then it becomes challenging, and then that is where a lot of ML comes into picture. So what a human operator does, we have the data that we have basically given to the drone. Every flight generates gigabytes of data. We have actual flight path with physical parameters, and that is then fed into the simulator. So instead of just thinking of the drone as a point, you have actual physical data to back up your flight paths. The core technology, the flight controller, the motor controllers, the GPS modules, they are agnostic to the drone. Once you have this core technology, you can put it on any platform. One that people have seen is the light show drone. We have put control systems on other non-aerial platforms also, wherein you're stabilizing radars, you're stabilizing gun turrets, technologies like that. Apart from the light show drone, we have demonstrated pyro drones, where a drone is carrying fireworks and it can go up and light those fireworks in the sky. So that accentuates your experience in just not lights but also sparks in the air. When we started, it was very expensive. This is basically 2020, where majority of the cost of the drone was just a component that was imported. We were able to identify vendors, we were able to design our own RTK GPS and then scale it up to thousands. That is the technology that enables any light show drone. And the very first thing is you need to learn to fly a drone, make it yourself, fly it, crash it a couple of times, you'll learn a lot. It is a very humbling experience. Drone is a multidisciplinary system. You have mechanical and engineering, you have electrical engineering, computer science, all of that roll into one. So it is a great learning tool. At least that's how I learned most of what I know. And the very basic advice is just learn to fly, and then figure out what is it that you can make better. Just this year, I don't know, it was in January, I was told that you might get to fly a world record breaking show. Like, okay, the record stood at 5,164 and we were told to fly 5,500 drones. And we knew that the software will take care of most things, but in the end you have to put basically boots on the ground and have people execute this show.
Now friends, to summarize, I would just say that India is really well positioned to take the lead or be the global leader in this drone space, because हम देख रहे हैं कि कितने ज़्यादा तेजी से जो startups नए आ रहे हैं, and in fact the kind of market we have for drones in India, the potential is really huge. अगर सब कुछ चीज़ें एक ideal तरीके से हम देखें, so future would be very exciting, where drones would do the deliveries, drones की मदद से हम sky taxis में travel कर पाएंगे, drones would be able to do the inspection of using power of AI vision. Farmers drone को काम में ले सकते हैं, and in fact drones could be also used to provide internet in remote areas. So combined, everything in one place, मैं ये बोलूँगा the future looks really exciting. And what's more exciting? It is to talk about the tech जो हमारे future को power दे रहा है to move at such an amazing pace. मैं आपसे मिलता हूँ next episode with some even newer topic to discuss, something new that's going to come very very soon. तब तक के लिए आप कीजिए इंतजार और एक्सप्लोर कीजिए अपने आसपास की टेक्नोलॉजी को. See you all next week. Have a good day.
It is back and forth, which is certainly playing out at the moment. The question here is that it's good to see two governance models being debated, but why use words like betrayal, jumla, fake, and others?
Maria ji, the governance model which is successful which delivers economic growth, welfare to the people is a governance model. Any other model which bases itself on freebies, on empty promises, not grounded in reality is not a governance model. So I don't think it's a choice between two governance models. Insofar as the use of words like betrayal, jumla, please, apart from your many other accomplishments, add a little bit of behavioral psychology to your analysis. Shri Mallikarjun Kharge must have got excited when they appointed him the president of the grand old party, a party which has a great long history, which was founded in 1885. But slowly he's discovering the downsides of being president of this grand old party. When the Pratham family's young aspiring politician was filing her nomination papers, Kharge ji had to peep through a door which was slightly ajar. Then when he was addressing the party in a meeting and he had the Honorable Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister on either side, and the truth came out. I don't know whether he knew that the cameras were on. Truth came out. Don't make promises on which you can't deliver. If you use words like review, it means you're not able to deliver. Now that is the hard truth. The Congress makes outlandish claims. It promises the moon and is not able to deliver. And then it gets caught. If you want to think in terms of imposing a tax on the construction of toilets in Haryana, in Himachal, you're in trouble. Now the most important thing is that this tormented mind, after the jalebi factory in Haryana, they are now seeing the writing on the wall in Maharashtra, they are seeing the writing on the wall in Jharkhand. So all this khatakhat, fatafat model is failing. Insofar as prices are concerned, let me tell you, after all the bluff, petrol and diesel are still 10 rupees more expensive in Congress-ruled states than they are in BJP-ruled states, number one. Number two, there is a fundamental difference between the freebie model of the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party and the Labharthi benefits part of a scheme like the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Ujjwala Yojana, name it. If you have the resources and you can design a scheme which delivers welfare to the people. Let me give you the example of Mufat Bijli. They promise, Aam Aadmi Party in particular, 300 unit Mufat Bijli de denge. So Punjab mein what happens? Any family who wants it, they have 2 or 3 connections. Rich people are misusing the scheme. What is our model? Our model is come and get a solar panel from us at a reasonable cost. We will subsidize it a little. Then you produce electricity from it, solar energy. 300 units you can use for your own daily consumption. Rest you use it in a charging station at your place or put back into the grid and earn some money. There's a fundamental difference between giving somebody free fish to eat and teaching somebody how to fish so that he or she becomes a productive member of society. All the BJP schemes, whether it's Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, whether it's Ujjwala, all those schemes are anchored in economics which is thought through.
We reached an agreement on petroling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the petroling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India Century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का.
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की.
Terror attack in the heart of Srinagar. 6 injured in a grenade attack at the Srinagar Sunday market. This is the 6th major terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir in less than 2 weeks. A key Mahayuti meet at the Chief Minister's residence in Maharashtra. The Mahayuti huddle over the rebel headache for all the parties. Home Minister Amit Shah versus Soren over Jharkhand infiltrators. Amit Shah says CM Soren is sheltering infiltrators in Jharkhand. Soren hits back. He says the BJP first shields Sheikh Hasina and then cries about Bangladeshi infiltration. Actor Vijay's party TVK slams the DMK over law and order. The TVK opposes One Nation, One Poll and the Waqf bill. It's the Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP over the Chhath Puja Ghat in South Delhi. Both the parties blame each other for obstructing the Chhath Ghat. This, of course, as the race has begun for the key Purvanchali vote ahead of the Delhi polls. Team India collapse at Wankhede. The Kiwis complete a historic clean sweep. India suffers the first series whitewash since 2000. Rohit Sharma says it's the lowest point in my career. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Our lead story, well, a major terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir, the 6th in just 2 weeks. And this time around, it's not in the border areas, but in the heart of Srinagar. In fact, 6 people have been injured in this grenade attack.
at the Sunday market in Srinagar. Remember, in the past few weeks, we have seen back-to-back terror attacks starting from Gandarbal, where of course 2 migrants were killed as well, and then later another migrant labourer from Uttar Pradesh was shot at, and then we had 2 other migrant labourers being shot in another area of Jammu and Kashmir. There was a terror attack near Gulmarg as well. So militancy certainly remains a huge challenge for the newly formed government. This, of course, as the government is still finding its feet as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah says that, well, the security apparatus must take stock of the situation and obliterate militancy, at least from these key areas. And this, of course, as civilians are now paying for terrorism.
अभी मैंने भी सुना कि वहाँ नहीं छोड़ रहे हैं ना उस तरफ से जाने के लिए, तो मैं वहाँ से मुड़ा तो बोल रहे हैं कि यहाँ ग्रेनेड पड़ा है।
तो कोई नुकसान सुनने की
सुना कि कुछ लोग जख्मी हुए हैं।
कितना बिजी मार्केट रहता है संडे को?
ये बदकिस्मती है हमारी।
संडे मार्केट काफी क्राउडेड रहता है।
बहुत, इसमें ओवर बहुत रश होता है, बहुत रश।
इससे पहले कभी हुआ है संडे मार्केट?
मैंने कभी नहीं सुना।
यहाँ हुआ होता ही नहीं था कुछ, ये पता नहीं चंद दिनों से क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पर, समझ नहीं आ रहा है क्या बात है क्या नहीं है, क्या जो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट है इनका क्या इरादा है, क्या ये चाहते हैं यहाँ पर।
अभी तक संडे मार्केट में कभी ग्रेनेड हुआ?
कभी नहीं हुआ आज तक। संडे मार्केट में इतने लोग होते कभी आज तक, जब मिलिटेंसी भी थी कभी नहीं हुआ है वहाँ। आज पता नहीं है।
Everybody is expecting security forces to do everything possible to stop this cycle of violence, fresh cycle of violence in Kashmir. And there was a government which has come after a lot of expectations that it will deliver on development and peace, though the law and order is not with the state government, but clearly both the center and the state has to be on the same page when it comes to fighting violence and militancy. And it was clearly a senseless, horrible incident of violence. Right here, terrorists lobbed a grenade and 10 people, around a dozen people have been injured, 10 have reached the hospital. And this CRPF truck is always parked here, always, to maintain surveillance, vigil in the area. Only investigation will say whether the intended target was this CRPF truck or the innocent people. But nevertheless, it is the innocent people who had come for the Sunday shopping. And they bore the brunt of this horrible terror attack. It is sheer terrorism. But one thing is very clear, that despite the attack, it has not deterred people to continue with their shopping. As you can see, the shoppers here, police being deployed here. Of course, police is always deployed here. But violence cannot force people into silence. It cannot force people to abandon their job. And despite all that, people are, you can see here, all the people they are doing is as if it is a normal routine day. But clearly, this is the most disturbing incident here, which has happened, where innocent people, around a dozen people, have borne the brunt of this horrible terror incident, sheer terror incident, where innocent people, around a dozen, have been injured. Security, as I showed you, security has rushed here to inspect the attack site, but that's not enough unless the attackers are caught, captured, and brought to justice. Because this is after a long time we see such a terror attack, grenade attack in Srinagar street. Yes, yesterday there was an encounter in Khan Yar where police and security force killed one Pakistani militant Lashkar commander Usman. There was also another encounter in Shangas area of Anantnag district. 2 militants were killed there. There have been several incidents, and Omar Abdullah, Chief Minister, clearly saying that this is condemnable. There is no justification for attacking innocent civilians, and security force must do everything possible to stop this. And there has been, spurt in incidents over the last 2 weeks after new elected government took over in Jammu and Kashmir. But since the law and order is not the domain of the elected government in the union territory, it is the domain of the central government and lieutenant governor. So clearly the dual control is causing certain challenge. But here, as we see, there was a grenade attack, around a dozen people have been injured. But it is as if it is not life as normal here at the Sunday market in Srinagar.
Well, pretty concerning there, the spurt in terror attacks, and clearly the security apparatus needs to get its act together. But moving now to the big political headline, a crucial meet at Chief Minister Shinde's residence. The Mahayuti, of course, is meeting. This amid the rebel headache. Remember, there are key seats like, say, Sholapur and even key seats of Mumbai, where you have rebels now facing a, bringing up a key challenge for the BJP as well as for other parties, because remember, even NCP Ajit Pawar, you have at least 5 to 6 rebels in key seats. So remember, if you talk about the Maharashtra electoral battle, you have 80 to 100 rebels in the political fray, and that has become a huge problem. But for the Mahayuti, remember, this is a very important test to be able to placate the rebels, because remember, if you talk about key seats like those in Vidarbha, there was a lot of back and forth, and there is clear disenchantment among key leaders for not being given tickets. In fact, as far as the NCP is concerned, you had a leader as senior as Nawab Malik, who was, of course, upset over ticket being denied to him. And we saw how Ajit Pawar sort of reached out to him and extended an olive branch as well. And the latest that we're getting is that this meeting is over now. Remember, it was at Chief Minister Shinde's residence, where we had Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis also present. Let me go across to my colleague Paras Dama joining us on the phone line. So Paras, what are you picking up as far as the meeting is concerned? This was about the rebels clearly who are posing a huge challenge in key seats, particularly those like Sholapur, even in seats of Mumbai.
Rightly said, Vedant. This was a very crucial meeting before the timeline for taking the nomination back. So this meeting was basically about the rebels, which has filed the nomination independently, and there are many seat issues which has arisen in many of the constituency where Mahayuti has given ticket to two different people. As we see, there are many things which is coming out after the seat sharing formula, which was settled. But now what we are seeing is that there is many things and many problems are still there. So that's why today Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde both had a very important meeting discussing how to handle the rebellions and how to make them happy, and what the other steps should be taken to fulfill their take and what they want. So the meeting lasted for more than 3 hours, and it will be very interesting to see what exact thing will be done by Mahayuti in this entire matter, because there is no more time to take the nomination back, and what will Mahayuti will do in this entire scenario, it will be very interesting to see.
All right, Paras, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. As Paras is reporting, remains to be seen what Mahayuti's strategy is vis-a-vis the rebel trouble, given the fact that both the Mahayuti as well as the Mahavikas Aghadi have said that they will manage to placate rebels, and we have seen how important independents and rebels have become, in states like Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir as well. But moving now to the other big political flashpoint in poll-bound Jharkhand. Well, it's Home Minister Amit Shah versus Chief Minister Soren over infiltrators. Now remember, Home Minister Amit Shah launched an all-out attack at the JMM government in Jharkhand, saying that this government is shielding infiltrators. Now Chief Minister Soren has of course hit back. He says that, well, the central government decides to shield Sheikh Hasina and then cries about Bangladeshi infiltration. This, of course, as the BJP has released its manifesto as well. Now, remember, the entire issue of infiltrators becomes extremely critical for a state like Jharkhand, where, the security apparatus is an extremely critical issue when it comes to the elections as well. But let's quickly listen in to how that political flashpoint played out in Jharkhand.
घुसपैठियों को आपने पनाह दी, घुसपैठियों में आपको अपनी वोट बैंक दिखाई पड़ती, आपकी धुन में मस्त हो। इस राज्य में आदिवासियों की संख्या घुसपैठ के कारण घट रही है। मैं आज झारखंड की जनता को कहना चाहता हूं, ये तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति को बंद कर सारे घुसपैठियों को चुन कर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार झारखंड के बाहर निकालेगी।
ये जानना चाहता हूं कि बांग्लादेश के साथ अंदर कोई घुस आप लोग का कोई समझौता है क्या? और आज बांग्लादेश के पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री को आपने यहाँ हेलीकॉप्टर उतारने कैसे दिया और किस आधार पर यहाँ पर आपने उसको शरण दे रखा है, हमको ये बता दीजिए। और बांग्लादेश से घुसपैठ करने वाला भारतीय जनता पार्टी शासित राज्यों से घुस के आता है, खुद बोलते हैं।
And moving now to the Uniform Civil Code and how that has become a huge political issue in Jharkhand as well. Remember, this comes just days after the Prime Minister from the Statue of Unity said that a secular civil code will be implemented soon and that India is moving towards a secular civil code. Remember, Home Minister Amit Shah in fact also made that point, and the BJP has the UCC as a key poll promise in the manifesto as well. The Home Minister of course did clarify that the tribals will not be affected. Remember, the tribal vote is absolutely critical when it comes to Jharkhand. So the BJP putting out that caveat as well, that the tribal vote will not be affected, the tribals will not be affected if the UCC is indeed implemented. The Congress however says that it's the BJP's old habit to mislead people. Take a look.
आज में एक अपप्रचार हेमंत सोरेन एंड कंपनी के द्वारा किया जा रहा है कि यूसीसी आएगा तो आदिवासियों के सांस्कृतिक अधिकार और उनके कानून समाप्त हो जाएंगे। हेमंत बाबू, झारखंड में यूसीसी जरूर आएगा। हमारी सरकार झारखंड में यूसीसी लाएगी, मगर यूसीसी से आदिवासियों को पूर्णतया हम बाहर रखेंगे। कोई आदिवासी के अधिकार और कानून को यूसीसी से हम नहीं छेड़ेंगे।
देखिए, गृह मंत्री क्या बोलते हैं उनको पता नहीं है। वो अगर गृह मंत्री के तौर पे बोल रहे हैं तो गलत बात है, अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता के तौर पे बोल रहे हैं तो सही बात है। झूठ बोलने की आदत है। आप क्यों बोल रहे हैं कि यूसीसी में आदिवासियों को शामिल नहीं किया जाएगा? क्योंकि आपने आदिवासियों को यूसीसी में शामिल किया है, उसके लिए आप अपनी क्षमा मांग रहे हैं। चुनाव का वक्त है, आप इस तरह की बात करके बरगलाना चाहते हैं।
And well, now the big political standoff in the national capital right ahead of Chhath. Well, remember, Chhath has always been at the center of Delhi politics, given the fact that more than 40% of Delhi's electorate now comprises the Purvanchalis, which is why Chhath Puja has become extremely important. And the visuals that you see on the right side of your screen are those of the Yamuna, the lifeline of Delhi, submerged in toxic froth, something that we've seen year after year in the national capital. But on the left is a lot of political theatrics at the Chhath Ghat in South Delhi, where both the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party are accusing each other of obstructing the Chhath Ghat, terming each other anti-Purvanchali. That is the key political message that both parties seek to send out, and there was a lot of political drama outside the Chhath Ghat as well. Before I bring in my colleague Tanushka for more details, just quickly listen into what the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP have to say.
पूरी तरीके से पुलिस गुंडागर्दी पे उतर गई है। जहाँ गरीब पूर्वांचलियों का, खासतौर पे दलितों का घाट बना करता था, वहाँ पे झूले लगाए जा रहे हैं, पूरी जगह को घेरा जा रहा है ताकि हम गरीब लोगों का घाट ना बन सके, छठ पूजा ना हो सके, और पुलिस बैठ के खुद पहरा दे के जो है झूलों लगवा रही है। ये सरासर गुंडागर्दी है और इसके पीछे भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सांसद बांसुरी स्वराज है। उनकी शय पे ये गांव के अंदर पूरी की पूरी एकता, पूरी की पूरी शांति को भंग किया जा रहा है।
यहाँ पर छठ पूजा की जिस समिति को परमिशन है डीडीए से, उनको रोका जा रहा है। कल से आम आदमी पार्टी के चितरंजन पार्क से आए हुए पार्षद, यहाँ का पार्षद, विधायक सारा दिन काम रुकवा करके यहाँ कल बैठे रहे हैं, और हम लोग बाहर बैठे रहे दरवाजे के इंतज़ार करते हुए कि कब वो यहाँ से हटेंगे और कब हमारा काम शुरू होगा। हमें समझ में नहीं आता है कि अगर आप हिंदू विरोधी हो, अगर आप पूर्वांचल विरोधी हो, तो खुल करके क्यों नहीं कहते कि हम नहीं छठ होने देंगे। आप यहाँ आकर के काम रुकवाते हो। लगातार आज ये हालत होगी, यहाँ जो कर्मचारी है, लेबर है, उस बेचारों की पिटाई हो रही है।
And my colleague Tanushka, in fact, is now joining us live. So Tanushka, there's always this political face-off over Chhath, something that we've seen year after year. But this year, it's even more important given the fact that this comes just months ahead of the crucial assembly polls here in the national capital. Bansuri Swaraj, I believe, is also expected to visit the venue shortly. But break it down for us. How important is it politically, given the fact that the Purvanchalis are now an extremely important vote bank for both the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP?
Right, exactly, Vedant. This is exactly what it is, the fight between these two parties, Aam Aadmi Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party, for the vote bank share of the Purvanchali community. Both the parties are leveling and alleging the same attacks onto each other with respect to the building and the construction of this ghat. The Aam Aadmi Party claims that they have sought permission from the sub-divisional magistrate to carry out this Chhath Puja festival, which will happen on November 7th at this very place, at this ghat. Whereas the BJP claims that the BJP leader Suraj Chauhan has sought permission from the DDA to conduct this puja, as he has been doing every year at this very place. So both the parties at this point are leveling the same attacks onto each other, that they're obstructing the construction work. The BJP says that the Aam Aadmi Party is obstructing the local workers from continuing with the work at this space, whereas the Aam Aadmi Party, and also as we just heard, the MLA from the area, Saurabh Bhardwaj, also say that the BJP is bringing in, politics of communities out here. Delhi Chief Minister Atishi also has said that this is petty politics that is being drawn out by the BJP, and that the BJP is against the Purvanchali community. These are the same things that the BJP is also saying about the Aam Aadmi Party, that they are obstructing the Chhath Puja festivities because the Aam Aadmi Party is also against the Purvanchal community. What we are right now expecting is, of course, MP Basuri Swaraj, to BJP leader, to arrive at this spot, and of course the drama over the Chhath Puja celebrations at this ground heightens with both the political leaders and from both the parties getting involved at the spot.
Tanushka, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. As Tanushka is reporting, more drama expected outside this Chhath Ghat. This is, of course, thousands of devotees will descend on these absolutely toxic ghats, and the government year after year fails to clean up not just the air of the national capital, but also the water is now submerged in toxic froth. Moving now to some more news from the national capital. Well, several police officials were dragged by this particular car that you see on your screens. Two rogue women, two rogue sisters who were behind the wheel. They dragged two cops for at least 20 meters. This happened at a housing society in Noida. They jumped several red lights. Finally, the sisters were nabbed as well. They threatened a man before they dragged the cops there. So pretty murky and suspicious case there. More details about what exactly was the case as far as the man being threatened is concerned are yet to emerge. Moving now to political news from Tamil Nadu. Well, actor Vijay has now entered the political fray, and well, he has chosen his nemesis. In fact, he did so on day one of his political foray. In fact, he's attacked the DMK yet again, taking on DMK over corruption, over law and order. In fact, earlier, of course, Vijay said that it is a selfish family party that is fooling the people in the name of a Dravidian model. This, of course, is TVK, which is actor Vijay's party, also opposed vehemently One Nation, One Poll and Waqf, which, of course, are very crucial issues at the central level as well. Moving now to some shocking news from Kerala, in fact. A Kannada filmmaker, I beg your pardon, from Karnataka, a Kannada filmmaker was found dead in Bengaluru. A prominent filmmaker, Guru Prasad, he was found dead at his residence. It was a decomposed body which was found dead. The police have now recovered the body. Remember, the post-mortem is expected to take place shortly as well. Extremely shocking how his body was found outside his residence.
Recent ಕೆಲವೊಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ he was little upset with something. Financially ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ಇದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಅಪಿಯರ್ಸ್ ದಟ್ 5 to 6 days ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅವರು ಹ್ಯಾಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತೀರ್ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದು ಕಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಿದೆ. ಆ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇವಾಗ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನೋಡಿದ ನಂತರ ಫರ್ದರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಲಿಮಿಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತ ಏನು ಇದು ವಾದ್ನಾಯಕ್ ಹೇಳಿದ ಕೇಸು 194 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ನಾವು ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಕೇಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು we will investigate the matter.
Absolutely tragic there. With that, we'll take a short break now. The news continues right here on it.
Hello, Moto. Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring
as the world watches with bated breath, the contest that will impact the world.
Exclusive insights, expert analysis, and ground zero updates as history unfolds.
We are not a vessel for the schemes of wannabe dictator.
I'm the opposite of a Nazi.
Welcome back, and our latest on the US decides, well, remember, when it comes to Indian elections, there are very definitive voting patterns that we follow. But in the US, when people are voting, they do not really think of candidates. They think of much more. What is that? Take a look at this report.
Established in 1787, the Founding Fathers created the Electoral College as a compromise between electing the president by a vote in Congress and by popular vote. In the college, each state has a set number of electors based on its congressional representation, senators, and House members. There are 538 electors total. Most states allocate all their electoral votes to the candidate who wins the majority of the popular vote in that state. Maine and Nebraska are the only exceptions with their proportional allocation. A candidate needs a majority of at least 270 electoral votes to claim the presidency. It is important to note that the college is not free of controversies. Candidates can win the presidency without winning the popular vote. We have seen this in the elections of 1824, 1876, 1888, 2000, and as recent as 2016 when Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton despite securing less votes. This sparks debates about fairness and representation. Campaigns focus intensely on a handful of swing states where the outcome is uncertain, often leaving out voters in states deemed safe for one party. While some advocate for abolishing the Electoral College in favor of a direct popular vote, arguing it would enhance democratic legitimacy, supporters claim it protects smaller states' interests and ensures a broader national campaign. So, what's the bottom line? The Electoral College is a fascinating blend of historical compromise and modern contention. As elections loom, the debate rages on. Is it a cornerstone of democracy or an outdated relic? Buckle up, the story is far from over. Bureau Report for NDTV World.
And well, in sports news now, it was a horror show for the men in blue on the third day of the Wankhede Test. New Zealand completed a historic clean sweep as India suffered their first series loss at home since South Africa's 2-0 win in 1999-2000. It was also India's first ever 3-0 clean sweep loss at home.
something like this will be a very low point in my career, having lost, 3 games at home. And yep, I fully take the responsibility of that, as a captain and as a leader as well. I have not been at the best of my abilities right from the start of the series.
With that, we'll take a short break now. The news continues right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
External Affairs Minister S.J. Shankar interacts with the Indian community in Brisbane.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am now joined by a man who actually spreads happiness. And he represents in India a global giant about which we know the presence. However, the detail of that presence, many are not aware of. My own sense is that once you get to know the details of this company's, this global giant's presence in India, you would be far happier. Mr. Prasanna Mohile, member of the executive board of Pernod Ricard in India, and also the head of the corporate division of their policy. Mr. Mohile, welcome to NDTV. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me to this NDTV World Summit. Congratulations, Nikunj, for the NDTV World channel which was launched today and which we witnessed. Pernod Ricard, as you are aware, many of them, they don't know, people know it as Seagrams. So Pernod Ricard has been in India for last 3 decades. So we have partnered with the Indian growth story for last 3 decades here, and we have grown right after the liberalization era began. Out of this 30 years, Pernod Ricard has seen in last 10 years also, We've seen a quite stable policies of the government.
Mr. Mohile, you actually are saying that you have been in the country for last 3 decades.
Yes, we were there since last 3 decades.
And what all has been your footprint, your activities in all these 3 decades that you have been in India?
So we started 3 decades back, but today, as you see, we have almost 25 manufacturing facilities all over India. We've been exporting to almost 50 plus countries. And we also have plans to invest further in this country, looking at the way the economy of this country is growing up. And let me also tell you that for Pernod Ricard, India is the second largest market after US.
And you were talking about the policy framework that you have seen in last 1 decade that have helped your company expand, and what kind of future plans that you have.
In last 1 decade, we've seen quite stable policies by the government of India and the various states. And we've seen the economy growing there. And as I say that Pernod Ricard has also grown with that. And that is what prompted us basically to invest further and expand further in India. Pernod always had a very, being a foreign multinational, always had a very global approach that we've been blending with the global spirit with the Indian preferences there for the consumers here.
Tell me something, that one of the big challenge today, what is the investment that your company is doing in terms of making your products more sustainable and less drawing from the natural wealth?
So Nikunj, basically sustainability is in the core of our operations, our values. Sustainability, you see, starts with, we've given away with the monocartons now. After we've given away with the monocartons, that has basically reduced our carbon emission by 7,310 tons annually, which...
And this India operations you're talking about?
Yes, and we aim to go till 30,000 tons by 2030. That is what basically the sustainability for us means, that we care for our planet Earth, we care for the environment where we are. And as the Prime Minister also said, today we basically focus on 3 T's, that is talent, training, and transformation. And this company also believes in that. And going further, we are now also coming up with an investment, basically of 200 million euros.
200 million euros?
Euros.
And where is this investment of yours?
So this investment will be coming in Nagpur, in Maharashtra. And this basically, the main reason is that while we have this in the remotest places, we are able to contribute to the rural development of that place. So it should benefit around 80 to 90,000 farmers in and around that region. So I think when we talk about Vikasit Bharat, unless we don't touch the roots of the rural area and the corporates doesn't take this responsibility, the real Vikasit Bharat dream will not come true. So that is also one of the initiatives of Pernod Ricard, who decided that we go to the remotest area. And my plan is that we might tomorrow think of having a farmers federation there from where we can, the entire supply chain value, we can source them directly.
Source the product.
So that can help the farmers.
When you talk about taking this, your manufacturing facility or this kind of a plant, this 200 million euro kind of investment is quite unheard of, particularly when you talk of hinterland areas. How do you think, that you have been able to zero in?
So that is why I said that sustainability is in the core value of our entire operations. And that is the reason when we were zeroing in on different areas on where to do that, we had a couple of them in mind, but then we thought that no, this is the area where today the need of the farmer is there, where we can invest, make them also, sustainable there for the years to come. And that is what Pernod Ricard is all about.
The conviviality factor, that's a very important term that you bring in. But Mr. Mohile, let me ask you one thing, that how much of the local produce can you source and integrate into your supply chains, integrate into your top-of-the-line brands, like some of the brands which are actually iconic?
You're right, Nikunj. And that is what, today, if you see, we've been known by some very iconic brands. We've always had this approach of local, wherein we basically try and blend the whole thing with the local resources there. We do the local sourcing.
You say that you are doing the local sourcing. Now, let's say you are setting up this massive mega plant of some 200 million euros. Now, your supply chains have to be spread. The farmer has to change his produce according to you. So you think, all of this can be a successful experience and you can take it forward?
Yeah, obviously we can take it forward because ultimately, see, this is the organization when we say locally sourcing, we take it from grain to glass. It is all locally sourced here. And that is how today, if I speak about the employability, 9 lakh jobs, many of them would not know, 9 lakh jobs.
9 lakh jobs.
9 lakh jobs. That is the contribution basically of Pernod Ricard
That is almost
today.
close to 1 million jobs.
Yes, 9 lakh jobs are basically created. That is the kind of contribution Pernod Ricard has, out of which 6 lakh jobs are into the agriculture sector because grain is my main raw material from where the spirit comes.
6 lakh farmers is what you are directly touching the lives of.
Exactly. And Pernod Ricard today, if you see in terms of economics also, the kind of contribution Pernod Ricard does, Pernod Ricard has almost direct 21,000 crores direct by way of direct taxes, which we contribute to the Indian economy.
That is the kind of tax contribution that you people
Yes, it's a direct tax. Around 40,000 crores is the contribution to the GDP through the value chain. So we have a very sizable contribution to the Indian economy there, and we are growing. We believe today in the economic policies of this government, and that is why we are going ahead with all our expansions and investment plans here in the country. And that is how today India has become the second largest market after US.
On our theme, India Century, you make a very important point that we believe in the policies that are being enacted in this country right now, the way the country is being run.
Yes.
And that is why you have your massive investment plan. Before I let you go, Mr. Prasanna Mohile, let me ask you one more question. And that is that many in your industry and many neutral observers have spoken about giving a sort of a structured industry status like FMCG or like IT-enabled services, etc., to Alcobev industry. What do you think, are the challenges in it, and how do you think the industry itself can benefit and then in turn benefit the country's economy?
Good question, Nikunj. I mean, we were also figuring this out, that even after contributing so much, our only small request always has been that if we come into the mainstream sector, then probably, there will be more investments and more employability in this particular sector. And we can also leverage whatever the government programs are, government schemes are. So I think we need this kind of a little status there as an industry tomorrow, so that we also get the benefits like what others get.
So that is where you can probably leverage the various government schemes, various government incentives, and probably catapult yourself to at a place where you are on the front rows of industry segments.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prasanna Mohile. Thank you very much for joining the NDTV.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
As the world watches with bated breath, the contest that will impact the world.
Exclusive insights, expert analysis, and ground zero updates as history unfolds.
We are not a vessel for the schemes of wannabe dictator.
I'm the opposite of a Nazi.
The election that will have worldwide ramifications.
Immigration is far more than just a political talking point.
NDTV World brings you the best worldly insight from the US and across the world.
This is not just an election, it's a moment that will define a nation and the world, and we will be present.
Your view to the world. NDTV World.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. You know, we have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In the last many years, we have heard about individuals with private wealth making a difference into society, actually trying to influence through initiatives various indicators in the social sector. We have one such individual with us, Dr. Payal Kanodia, Chairperson and Trustee, N3M Foundation. Thank you so much, Payal, for joining us.
My pleasure.
And I was going through the work that you guys do, and in fact, I was also talking to some of my colleagues, sustainability, scholarships, and sanitation. Tell us a little bit about what the foundation does.
So basically, MTM Foundation, it works on holistic development of the underprivileged children and their families and, their living conditions. So we have multiple projects around different initiatives. Like one of our projects is called Sarvodaya. That project works on integrated village development. So we are working in about 82 villages in New region, where we are doing sustainable development and building smart villages. Also, their people are themselves responsible for developing their villages, starting the initiatives in villages, and also they lead their own initiatives. Similarly, we have programs around education, art, literature, sports, and there's another program where we, give scholarships to the children who want to establish enterprises in social sectors. Then we also have a project which we launched this year, which is called One Jeevan, where we started focusing on wildlife.
Okay. You said that you also want to create leadership, amongst communities that you work with. That's completely right, because communities also want to take ownership of the initiatives that are sort of like, working for them. How has that work been? In fact, this outreach to communities and giving them a sense of ownership of these welfare activities.
So, honestly, when we entered these rural areas of our country, and Nu being one of the aspirational districts of PM Modi, so the best thing that we learned, and the learning that came across during doing our ground studies with my team, was that when you enter a community, you have to become a part of the community and not impose what you want to do just for your benefits and profits. So we became a part of the community, we became their voice, we understood what they need, and which helped us designing the projects that communities were happy to own, happy to lead. And today, when we sit down and see the results of those projects, the women are entrepreneurs, they're more independent, they are running their village panchayats, they are running community kitchens in their villages. They also have, we call it Sankalp Vatika, so they grow their own vegetables. And to my joy, I learned it last week only, that a group of women has actually gone ahead and purchased a small farm of their own, where they are cultivating oyster mushroom and many more vegetables. And now they go and sell it in the market. They are making many products like that. They have their own dairies. They are learning to make organic manure, Jivamrit, and a lot many more things. So this is one beauty of it. When you work with the community, with their consent, and involve them, they take the ownership beautifully.
Absolutely. Also, Payal, one of the interesting things that you do is One Jeevan. Wildlife is an area which has a lot of regulation, so it's not easy to work there, as even for NGOs. And also, we keep hearing about human-animal conflict. There are leopards getting into villages. There are elephants trampling over human beings. It's not an easy sector. Tell us a little bit about the kind of work that you do. Which are the states that you work in?
So this is the project that we launched this year, and it was one of my own dream projects, where we wanted to work on saving wildlife, because I've always believed that we just cannot work, by saving humans or working for humans. We need to work at the ecosystem in toto. So that's when this project got designed, and we started our first project at Tipeshwar Wildlife Sanctuary, which is near Nagpur. So during summers, someone reached out to us and they said that, the tigers are dying because there's no water to drink. So we just went ahead and involved the local people and installed solar water pumps. So now these pumps only work at night, so they also kind of are only work in the days, and at the night they're not working. So they just pump water out of the ground. To the beauty of it, in just 2 months of our intervention, we saw the entire wildlife, the flora, fauna, the carnivores, herbivores, in fact bears, deers, all the animals coming back because everyone needed water. And also local communities got empowered because of this. Then we expanded this project to Koluchur Forest, which is next to Jim Corbett. Again, similar interventions where, we just made ecosystem more friendly for wildlife, and now we are expanding it to Pilibhit, where there is a lot of poaching that happens, illegal poaching that happens to Nepal for the tigers. And we realize that as the more we work towards the ecosystem in total, where it is animals, humans, trees, everything involved, the community around that flourishes on its own.
Right. Also, Payal, you are a sports person yourself, and you've invested a lot in training young girls in sporting activities. Tell us a little bit about that.
So my sporting journey actually started during COVID. I picked up this sport which is called kettlebell. It's a Russian sport, and there are multiple disciplines that are being played with different kinds of weight, and happened so that it became my passion over past 4.5 years. And this year I just won 2 gold medals in the World Championship in Greece. And this is also very close to my heart because before this, I was actually supporting athletes and para-athletes in sports. We give them scholarships, and it's beautiful to see that India has so much talent. It just needs to get nurtured. Okay. And it's not just education. In our villages, especially, I come from a small village in Haryana myself, and there are so many children who do amazing in sports. They just need a little bit of hand-holding. And we have many children today, especially para-athletes. One of our para-athlete scholars won a silver medal in Paralympics this year. So many children, they just need someone to hold their hand, to guide them, to nurture them, and they can do wonders. And this is another way where we can help community.
Okay, and you sense a change in parents of,
So yes, the parents also become supportive because they see that, their children have a future in that.
Also, tell us a little bit about kettlebells. What is it, and is it like weightlifting? What is it?
So it's not a weightlifting sport. Kettlebell is more of a endurance sport, and it is a sport about your mental strength, because whatever you play constantly for 10 minutes, and after 2.5 minutes, your body strength literally gives up. And during my championship, I felt like, what am I doing? After 2 minutes, I literally wanted to throw the bells off. And then, something kicked, no, that I'm stronger than this. I need to, and I had a target set for myself. I was like, no, I have to beat my target. And this sport has started to reflect a lot in my personality, my work, what I do in my real life as well.
Right. I'm noticing this change with a lot of people who come from wealthy families. They feel far more responsible for society, and it's just not CSR, something that they're mandated to do. Tell us a little bit about this foundation. Is it something that your family runs, and is it something that happens, irrespective of the rules, that make it mandatory?
So M3M Foundation is a philanthropic arm of M3M India Group. But we are not, this is not a mandate for us. It's not a CSR. So a pool of funds come from my family income. Everyone from my family gives a pool of funds to the foundation. And it was a vision of my grandfather, then my father, and then me today, that we are running this foundation because we always, as a family, as a philosophy, have believed in giving to the society. And not just my family, I think this, the whole idea of giving to the society, treating people equal, giving people their rights, dates back to the ancient times in India. Even our kings, the rulers, or the queens, they would work for the society in different ways. So it is a part of that culture that my family always has loved to follow, and hence we are doing this. In fact, today when I sit here, I relate it to our PM's vision of, Viksit Bharat, the self-reliant Bharat, and a lot many more projects that he has launched over past 10 years. I think we are working in alignment with those projects, and they're giving us wonderful results.
Right. And do you think it's okay to go along with the government, or do you think that the government needs to do more to promote this kind of private philanthropy?
So government already is doing its bit, to be very honest. They have some amazing programs. If we actually look at them, they're designed very well. All we need is more public and private partnership, more involvement of foundations like ours and other foundations, NGOs, with the government and the community. So it's a tri-party thing. If we all look at it that way, instead of competing against each other, I think the programs are there, they are designed, the processes are there in place, the funds are there in place. It's just about now people coming together and doing some great work.
Right. Thank you, Payal Kanodia, Chairperson, Trustee, M3M Foundation, for actually, talking about innovation in philanthropy, which I think is really the need of the hour. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की। Corruption first, on the agenda, nation first.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
As the world watches with bated breath, the contest that will impact the world.
Exclusive insights, expert analysis, and ground zero updates as history unfolds.
We are not a vessel for the schemes of wannabe dictator.
I'm the opposite of a Nazi.
The election that will have worldwide ramifications.
Immigration is far more than just a political talking point.
NDTV World brings you the best worldly insight from the US and across the world.
This is not just an election, it's a moment that will define a nation and the world, and we will be present.
Your view to the world. NDTV World.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition.
A major terror attack in the heart of Srinagar. 6 people injured in a grenade attack at the Srinagar market. This is the 6th major attack in Jammu Kashmir in less than 2 weeks. A key Mahayuti meet at the Chief Minister's residence. A Mahayuti huddle over the rebel headache. It's Home Minister Shah versus Chief Minister Hemant Soren over Jharkhand infiltrators. Amit Shah says Soren is sheltering infiltrators in the state. Soren hits back, says BJP first shields Sheikh Hasina and then cries infiltration. The Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP over Chhath Puja Ghat. Both parties blame each other for obstructing the Chhath Ghat. Meanwhile, this as a race for Purvanchali votes heat up in the national capital. Team India collapse at Wankhede. The Kiwis complete a historic clean sweep. India suffers its first series whitewash since 2000. Rohit Sharma says it's the lowest point in my career.
No, New Zealand won this series.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I am Vedant Agarwal. Our lead story, well, a major terror attack in the heart of Srinagar, something that has become a huge concern in the valley as well as Jammu, and that is militancy. And this is after several years that Srinagar was targeted in this way, and this is not a border area that we're talking about, but a busy market. Now remember, several people, several civilians injured in this terror attack. There was a grenade attack, in fact, at the Sunday market in Srinagar, and this happened behind a CRPF truck that was parked there for refueling. Now, there is, of course, no clarity on whether the target was a CRPF truck or civilians indeed. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah says that the security apparatus must end the spurt of attacks. Remember, the security in Jammu and Kashmir comes under the centre and the Lieutenant Governor and not the elected government. But certainly, militancy is a huge challenge for the newly formed government, still finding its feet in the Union territory.
अभी मैंने भी सुना कि वहाँ नहीं छोड़ रहे हैं ना उस साइड तरफ से जाने के लिए, तो मैं वहाँ से मुड़ा तो वो कि यहाँ ग्रेनेड पड़ा है।
तो कोई नुकसान सुनने की
सुना कि कुछ लोग जख्मी हुए हैं।
कितना बिजी मार्केट रहता है संडे को?
ये बदकिस्मती है हमारी।
संडे मार्केट काफी क्राउडेड रहता है।
बहुत, इसमें ओवर बहुत रश होता है, बहुत रश।
इससे पहले कभी हुआ है संडे मार्केट?
मैंने कभी नहीं सुना।
यहाँ हुआ होता ही नहीं था कुछ, ये पता नहीं चंद दिनों से क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पर, समझ नहीं आ रहा है क्या बात है क्या नहीं है, क्या जो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट है इनका क्या इरादा है, क्या ये चाहते हैं यहाँ पर।
अभी तक संडे मार्केट में कभी ग्रेनेड हुआ?
कभी नहीं हुआ आज तक। संडे मार्केट में इतने लोग होते कभी आज तक, जब मिलिटेंसी भी थी कभी नहीं हुआ है वहाँ। आज पता नहीं है।
ये कह सकते हैं आपके CCTVs के अंदर होता है, क्लोजली पुलिस मॉनिटर करता है उसको, और सेंटर ऑफ द सिटी है। तो ऐसे में ये चीज़ होना, मैं समझता हूँ कि हमारी सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज़ को भी मतलब थोड़ा सा विजिलेंट होने की ज़रूरत है। इंसिडेंट होते हैं फिर कैच एंड किल करते हैं, तो जिससे क्या होता है, सोर्स ख़त्म होता है। तो मैं फारूक साहब की बात को टो करता हूँ कि ऐसे इंसिडेंट्स के पीछे जो भी लोग हैं, पुलिस हमारा मजबूत है, ट्रेंड है, ऐसे लोगों को पकड़ा जाना चाहिए ताकि सोर्स पता चले।
And our senior colleague Nazir Masoodi is joining us live now from Srinagar. Nazir, sir, you were reporting from the Sunday market earlier today as well. This is absolutely shocking. After years, perhaps, we are talking about the heart of Srinagar being targeted by terrorists. This is not a border area that we are talking about. Extremely concerning.
Well, exactly, and clearly after formation of the elected government, there has been spurt in violent incidents, and there has been a political controversy. Clearly, politics over these attacks. More so when you have a dual control, the elected government doesn't have a control over the security and police and law and order. It is being looked after by the central government and Lieutenant Governor. Having said that, security is everybody's concern. And the Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has today asked security forces to do everything to prevent and stop this cycle of violence. And the attack was happened in the crowded marketplace. As you can see in the visual, the truck, CRPF truck, it is always parked there at this very particular place for the security and surveillance of the area. At the same place, vendors have set up stalls for the Sunday market, and large number of people were there. It's unclear if that intended target was the CRPF vehicle, but clearly it is the innocent people who bear the brunt of this attack, where a dozen people have received splinter injuries in this attack. As civilians are talking about, we have seen such an attack after several years, grenade attack in the busy marketplaces, as militancy was largely controlled by the security force in Jammu and Kashmir, and more attacks were actually happening in Jammu region, which was high on terror radar for last almost 3 years, with massive attacks on the security force and some attacks on the civilians. But of formation of government, we see terror shifting back its focus to the valley, perhaps trying to send a message that democracy they cannot deliver. That could be the underlying thing, that they want to fail the democratic process in Jammu and Kashmir, which has been a huge success, with people coming out in large numbers, electing a government after a gap of decade in between two assembly elections, and after long governor's rule, central rule in Jammu and Kashmir. So having said that, Lieutenant Governor has said that he has spoken to Director General of Police and other security officials to ensure that the perpetrators behind this attack are brought to justice. They are taught a lesson. So security force have a track record of tracking down such attackers sooner than later, because Srinagar is not just, there's not just a massive deployment of troops. There's also massive electronic, very, very robust electronic surveillance in the city as well. We'll have to see whether they will be able to identify the attacker and track him down sooner than later.
All right, Nazir, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. As you're reporting that security is a huge concern. Of course, security comes under the Lieutenant Governor and the central government, not the elected government there. But still, the centre and the Union Territory has to work in close coordination to really obliterate terrorism that is certainly on the rise both in the valley and in Jammu. But moving now to political news, well, in poll-bound Maharashtra, the rebel trouble is real for both the MVA as well as the Mahayuti, and the Mahayuti had a key meeting at the Chief Minister's residence as well. Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis was also present there. In key seats, of course, including Sholapur and various seats of Mumbai as well, the Mahayuti is facing that rebel challenge. But let me go across to my colleague Anuj Rayate joining us live. Anuj, what are you picking up from your sources? What was brought up in the meeting? How does the Mahayuti plan to sort of tackle the rebels? And there are close to 40 to 50 rebels in the fray still.
Yeah, there are close to 40 to 50 rebels, and the majority of these rebels are from the Bharatiya Janata Party. And of course, we're seeing that the Shinde faction of Shiv Sena is the second most prominent party in Mahayuti, both as far as the executive powers go and, of course, according to the numerical strength. And this meeting was very crucial, considering that tomorrow afternoon, 4 p.m. is the last, it is the deadline for the withdrawal of the form. And this is why all the decisions will need to be taking place by today afternoon or by tomorrow, by tomorrow afternoon max. Which is why this meeting became so crucial. It went on for close to 2 to 3 hours, and a decision that was taken place in this meeting is something that Bhavan Phule also spoke about a while back. He said that 90% of the candidates have been convinced by the party officials to withdraw their application. For example, Pune, a lot of local leaders visited a lot of these independent candidates in Pune, and Fadnavis himself promised their position moving forward, and through that he eliminated the risk of any independent candidate fighting and affecting count of vote margin of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Remember, but there are still several other independent candidates as well who are pretty, ready to get convinced or want to be in the fray of the things, want to fight the elections out. They've not necessarily ruled out the possibility of supporting the Bharatiya Janata Party if and when they get elected to the Vidhan Sabha, but then they will impact the overall margin through which the Bharatiya Janata Party candidate will perform on the 20th of this month. A major name, and that is of course of Gopal Shetty, senior former MP from the Borivali region of Mumbai, who was denied a ticket in the Lok Sabha election and was also denied a ticket in State Assembly election. But when you talk about Mahayuti, they stated it earlier itself that a friendly fight is not something that they are completely looking to eliminate, because Fadnavis himself had stated some time ago that there will be a few seats where friendly fights will happen. We saw what happened a couple of days ago when AP forms were provided from helicopters to Nashik. And there we might see a Shiv Sena versus NCP fight take place. But they're not trying to eliminate it completely, but they're trying to minimize the impact as much as possible. And picture will become clearer by tomorrow.
All right, Anuj, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there, as you're reporting some key faces there. And we have, of course, seen how independents and rebels have become a huge factor, something that we saw play out both in Haryana as well as Jammu and Kashmir. Well, moving now to the other poll-bound state, well, in Jharkhand, it's now Home Minister Amit Shah versus Chief Minister Hemant Soren, this time over infiltrators. Amit Shah, remember, launched an all-out attack at Chief Minister Soren, saying that the JMM government is shielding infiltrators, to which Hemant Soren says, well, the central government shields the Bangladeshi head of state, the erstwhile Bangladeshi head of state, and then cries infiltration. This, of course, as a tribal vote is key, remember, as far as Jharkhand is concerned. And the BJP, of course, launched its manifesto today, in which the tribals were a key focus. But take a look at how that flashpoint played out today.
घुसपैठियों को आपने पनाह दी, घुसपैठियों में आपको अपनी वोट बैंक दिखाई पड़ती, आप आपकी धुन में मस्त हो। इस राज्य में आदिवासियों की संख्या घुसपैठ के कारण घट रही है। मैं आज झारखंड की जनता को कहना चाहता हूं, इस तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति को बंद कर सारे घुसपैठियों को चुन चुन कर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार झारखंड के बाहर निकालेगी।
मैं ये जानना चाहता हूं कि बांग्लादेश के साथ अंदर कोई घुस आप लोग का कोई समझौता है क्या? और आज बांग्लादेश के पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री को आपने यहाँ हेलीकॉप्टर उतारने कैसे दिया और किस आधार पर यहाँ पर आपने उसको शरण दे रखा है, हमको ये बता दीजिए। और बांग्लादेश से घुसपैठ करने वाला भारतीय जनता पार्टी शासित राज्यों से घुस के आता है।
My colleague Prabhakar is now joining us live on the phone line. So Prabhakar, why is this such an important issue as far as Jharkhand is concerned? Given the fact that in the past as well, we have seen that this whole infiltration politics has taken center stage.
It has always been talked about as far as Jharkhand is concerned, and BJP has always been accusing JMM of promoting infiltration, illegal migration, and they have also gone into the extent of accusing JMM of actually helping the illegal migrants settle in Jharkhand. Now what BJP has done, it has linked this to the welfare of the tribals. Amit Shah, if you clearly see through his statement, he mentioned that those illegal migrants who are being settled in Jharkhand with the help of JMM, they are eating into the resources of tribals. So it's basically the tribals who are the end sufferers. So what BJP has done by making this statement, it has evoked the tribal issue. It has revived the tribal issue, and it has went on to say that tribals will be the sufferers if illegal migrants are being promoted in Jharkhand. And that is exactly what JMM is accused of doing. So this would be the core issue now. As the election campaign picks up in Jharkhand, you will see this becoming the core issue between the NDA and the India Alliance factions in the battlefield of Jharkhand.
Sure, Prabhakar, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. As Prabhakar is reporting, of course, it's a tribal vote that both the parties are eyeing this time around as well, with Hemant Soren's arrest and his subsequent bail and all the political churning. It remains to be seen whose trust do the tribals really have. Moving now to the big political face-off in the national capital. Well, it's the Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP over Chhath Puja. Now, remember, Chhath is an extremely important part of of North India, but certainly something that has been hugely politicized in Delhi in the past 2 to 3 years, particularly with the Purvanchali is becoming a key part of the electorate. Now, both the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP are blaming each other of obstructing a key Chhath Ghat in South Delhi. Now, Chhath Ghats, however, are submerged in toxic froth, something that we see year after year. There has been no solution to that, but the theatrics continues. Take a look at how that flashpoint played out.
पूरी तरीके से पुलिस गुंडागर्दी पे उतर गई है। जहां गरीब पूर्वांचलियों का, खासतौर पे दलितों का घाट बना करता था, वहां पे झूले लगाए जा रहे हैं, पूरी जगह को घेरा जा रहा है ताकि हम गरीब लोगों का घाट ना बन सके, छठ पूजा ना हो सके, और पुलिस बैठ के खुद पहरा दे के जो है झूलों लगवा रही है। ये सरासर गुंडागर्दी है और इसके पीछे भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सांसद बांसुरी स्वराज है। उनकी शय पे ये गांव के अंदर पूरी की पूरी एकता, पूरी की पूरी शांति को भंग किया जा रहा है।
पूछना चाहती हूँ, क्या ये सिटिंग मिनिस्टर को शोभा देता है कि जब आज घाट की खुदाई हो रही थी, उन्होंने आकर ऐसी रुकावट डाली, ऐसा अवरोध डाला कि चलती हुई जेसीबी में से तो चाबी निकाल दी और सेवा समिति, जन सेवा समिति के कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ बदतमीजी करी। अपनी राजनीतिक महत्वाकांक्षा के लिए सौरभ भारद्वाज जी सनातन संस्कृति, हमारी माताओं बहनों की आस्था और हिंदू धर्म, इन तीनों के साथ खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं। लेकिन भाजपा का एक एक कर्मठ कार्यकर्ता हमारे पूर्वांचली समाज के हितों के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। जिसके पास असली परमिशन है वही यहाँ पर पर्व करेगा। रुकावट सौरभ भारद्वाज जी डाल रहे हैं।
Let me go across to my colleague Tanushka joining us live. So Tanushka, keeping the politics aside, for the devotees as well, it's become a huge concern year after year to pray at these toxic ghats. It's a huge problem. What is the sense that you get from locals, and their rage against the government, given the fact that the ghats are toxic yet another year?
Well, Vedant, I'm currently, standing wherein the construction work is also still underway. As you can see, this ghat area, the work is being done. It's been dug up for the Chhath Puja to happen here. And right at the back also, you can see that there is still construction work that is going on out here. So amid the, political tussle out here at the ghat present are, of course, people from both sides. But there are BJP workers also present here. There are Aam Aadmi Party workers also present here, and what the sense we are gauging at this point is that not that the work is not being done, but who will carry out the Chhath Puja essentially. Will it be done by the Aam Aadmi Party representative or will it be done by the BJP representative? Bansiri Swaraj, a member of parliament, was present here a while ago, and she said that they have sought permission from the DDA to carry out the Chhath Puja here, as they have been for years. But the same claim is being made by the Aam Aadmi Party leader and Delhi Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj as well. What Saurabh Bhardwaj says is that they don't want to stop anyone else from performing the puja. But why is it that the BJP is stopping their representative to conduct the puja at this ghat? Whereas the BJP is, considering the fact that they have the DDA permission, that is what they are stressing upon, that they have the right to perform the puja at this space specifically because they've sought permission. Let us also see and talk to some of the people of this area. Ma'am, आप हमें अपना नाम बताएं. All right, Poonam ma'am. And what are you gauging from the situation over here कि ये पूजा essentially पूजा का क्या मायने है आपके लिए, यहाँ पर होना चाहिए या?
देखिए, ये पूजा यहाँ पर हर साल होती हुई आई है और इसके लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने यहाँ पर डीडीए से परमिशन लिया था और परमिशन लेकर वो परमिशन लेटर हमारे पास है जो हमें डीडीए ने दिया यहाँ पर छठ पूजा करने के लिए। सभी कार्यकर्ता पिछले 2 दिन से यहाँ पर छठी मैया की पूजा की तैयारियाँ कर रहे थे, पर ये हमारे 3 बार के जो हमारे विधायक हैं सौरभ भारद्वाज जी, जो कि बहुत अच्छे से जानते हैं कि किसी भी कार्यक्रम को करने से पहले उसकी डीडीए से परमिशन लेनी पड़ती है। अगर ये इतने समझदार है और ये हर बार यहाँ पे छठी करते हैं तो ये इनका नैतिक कर्तव्य बन जाता था। अगर ये सचमुच में पूर्वांचलियों के लिए छठ मैया की पूजा करना चाहते थे कि ये जाते और अपना परमिशन लेकर आते, पर क्योंकि ये अपना परमिशन लेकर नहीं आए और जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी के यहाँ पे सभी लोगों ने पूर्वांचली अपनी भगवान की पूजा करने के लिए छठ तैयार करने की कोशिश की, तो ये कल से यहाँ पर गुंडागर्दी कर रहे हैं। और जिस तरीके से इनके लोग बाहर खड़े हैं वो चप्पलों लेकर खड़े हुए हैं, जिस तरीके से लगता नहीं है कि जो इंसान इस तरीके की मारपीट की राजनीति, गाली गलौज की राजनीति और जूते चप्पल को छठ मैया की जगह पर लेकर आ रहा है तो उसकी आस्था भगवान के प्रति कैसी है, ये उनके संस्कार उनकी बातों से साफ जाहिर करते हैं। और जिस तरीके से
what we are understanding at this point is, of course, from the locals here as well, is that both the parties are, making the leveling similar allegations against each other. What Saurabh Bhardwaj also claims, however, is that they also have the permission from the sub-divisional magistrate to conduct the puja here. So at this point, this political, blame game that is quite heightened at this point between both the parties as to who will finally conduct the Chhath Puja at this spot in space.
Tanushka, thanks very much for getting us those voices. Those are the voices that are important given the fact that while, of course, both the parties contend that they are pro-Purvanchali, the situation on the ghats is extremely disheartening given the fact that millions of devotees will descend on these toxic ghats in just days from now. That will take a short break now, but it continues right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 22.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
And well, the race for the US polls is only heating up, and Georgia has certainly become one of the most important swing states, given the fact that many say that Georgia holds the key to who has the edge in the US. My colleague Gauri Dwivedi, in fact, caught up with a congressman there. Take a look.
As the US election entered their very last lap, we now focus on a state which is set to have the tightest race in these elections, and that is Georgia, a state where the population of Indian Americans has actually grown by 48% in the last 10 years. It has the tightest margin of swing states in 2020. In fact, Biden did flip it, but by less than 12,000 votes. Also, it's been a Republican stronghold since 2000, and could it really hold the key for the presidential election this time around is exactly the conversation that I'm going to have with Congressman Dr. Richard McCormick joining me on the show. Thank you so much, Congressman, for taking out the time and speaking to NDTV.
It's my pleasure. It's good to be with you today.
Sir, as we speak, we are talking about a state which it has the tightest election race. How do you see it on ground right now, Georgia turning out, and how critical it is for the presidential race?
I see Trump taking this state by at least 2 points. I don't think the polling is actually very accurate. When you look at the verve, if you look at the turnout, you look at the early voting, it is way over strength in districts that are conservative, such as myself, where we've reached 100% of early voting records already and surpassed them, whereas the most democratic districts, such as Browns, are actually the lowest. So I think the excitement is with us when you talk about who's going to vote and who's going to get out there and make a difference in this election. The momentum is definitely in the conservatives' corner right now. I think we'll handle Georgia easily. I think North Carolina will also go towards the Republicans, although I think it'll be a little bit more narrow. I think it's going to be a good night. And I think we might even be able to call this election without having to wait a couple days, which would be nice.
Unlike what it was in 2020, and which is why I feel Georgia is so important. Before I come to your key priorities, in your re-election that you are seeking, I want to first also ask one question on the big picture about the presidential election, which is that why do you feel, or how confident are you that this time around it will go back to the Republican way? It's been a stronghold. Biden did flip it in 2020. What makes you confident that it will go back to being a Republican stronghold?
Well, Georgia, you can see that things have changed over the last few years. When you see inflation where groceries are maybe 38% more expensive, people care about that. When they see their health care extremely expensive and getting worse, when they see education getting worse, when they see just filling up their car with gas is way more expensive, that matters to people. It matters. They also don't like to see what's happened at the border. When you have, anybody who's immigrated here from India and understands how hard it is to immigrate legally and become a citizen, how it's a privilege. Yet people are cutting the line. They're making it difficult for people who are doing it right by breaking the law, and they've rewarded that behavior. When you talk about the increase of our population in Georgia, you said by 48% last 10 years. I didn't know it was that high, but let me tell you what's weird about that. We didn't get an extra electorate vote. We didn't get an extra congressman. But you know who lost congressman? Was New York, Illinois, and California. Why? Because their folks were migrating to places in the South like Georgia, Texas, and Florida, because that's where the jobs is. That's where the economy is robust. That's where we are dominating by conservative values, both Republicans, cutting taxes, cutting regulation, making it easy for businesses to flourish. They're fleeing counties and states where it is just the opposite. And that's where the Democrats have really gone off the scale. When they start to open the borders, just to have people come to their states because they're sanctuary cities where they can expand their population essentially illegally. So they'll get more electoral votes next time. And they'll actually get more congressional representation, even though they can't vote legally, they get the same representation. That's skewing the electorate, that's skewing the economy. We have to pay for it. 20 congressional districts worth of people have come across the southern border, and they are not going to pay taxes. They're not going to work. They're only going to require our resources that can't go to our veterans who've retired or the people who have been ravaged by hurricanes. This is wrong, and people know it.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. You know, we have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role.
This is the lifeline of Mumbai, the local train which connects the suburbs to the southern tip of Mumbai. And that's where exactly I'm taking you, Churchgate. Churchgate is known for the bustling railway station, which brings thousands of people into the heart of Mumbai city. Like the name suggests, Churchgate is Mumbai's gateway to the southern part of the city. The colonial architecture around stands as a reminder of the city's rich history. Beyond its charm, the area holds political significance, especially during elections. It falls under the Colaba constituency, a seat that the BJP has held for the past 2 terms, after Congress's multiple victories in the previous years.
अभी यहाँ पे क्या मालूम है क्या गाड़ी ट्रेन की इसका अभी व्यवस्था हर आदमी के लिए ऊपर जाने के लिए प्लेटफॉर्म पे छोटा छोटा ही है। अभी तक मस्जिद बंदर है साइड में, सब जगह पे छोटा छोटा ही है। अभी कुछ प्रॉब्लम मतलब कि यहाँ पे इलेक्ट्रिक का इसका पानी सप्लाई पानी का भी इतना पुराना सिटी मेन सिटी होते हुए भी इधर सब प्रॉब्लम ही प्रॉब्लम है।
When you are around Churchgate, don't miss out the chance to sample up some of the most popular food joints of Mumbai. Head over to Samrat for a traditional Gujarati thali. Or grab a seat at the Stadium Cafe and enjoy the delicious keema pav as you see the world pass by. And if you are craving for something continental, right opposite Stadium Cafe is this 67-year-old restaurant, Gaylord. And if you're done here, let's go have something sweet. This ice cream sandwich, you will only get it here at krustam.co. Yes, it's more than 70 years old and nothing better than this. So don't forget to eat this. You're welcome. A short walk from Churchgate takes you to Marine Drive, also called the Queen's Necklace. It is one of the most scenic spots in the city, perfect for an evening stroll, and you must have seen this in many movies, or to watch the waves of the Arabian Sea. The charm of Marine Drive lies in its simplicity. Whether you are a tourist or a local, this promenade is a must visit. We have moved away from Churchgate to the end of Marine Drive, which is Nariman Point. It is the financial powerhouse of Mumbai. Known for its impressive skyline and high-rise buildings, Nariman Point is home to major corporate offices and business hubs. Elections are coming. Can you tell me what do you like about this place? And second, what are the issues that you have been facing here?
Well, I personally feel that South Mumbai, particularly Marine Drive, is probably one of the best places in the country. I don't think I would like to go anywhere else when it's Marine Drive around here. But of course, there are several issues, particularly with civic issues. The air quality is the most important thing, number one. Number two, even though city of Mumbai generally is very safe for women, I personally feel there are certain areas around here also which are not very safe for women, for which the government should look into that.
While Nariman Point is all about business during the day, it transforms into a cultural hub by evening. NCPA, the National Center of Performing Arts, hosts some of city's best music, dance and theatre performances. Whether you are into classical concert or contemporary plays, NCPA is the place to be.
फैसिलिटीज़ नहीं मिलती है हर चीज़ की, इसके लिए है लेकिन सोच अभी बच्चों लोगों की
कैसे काइंड ऑफ फैसिलिटीज़ मतलब कर रहे हैं आप?
बिल्डिंग बनाए तो नीचे गार्डन एरिया, छोटे बच्चों के लिए प्ले एरिया नहीं रहता है, स्विमिंग पूल वगैरह सब कुछ ही चाहिए, जिम चाहिए सब ऐसे तो बन रहा है। अभी मैं जहाँ रहती हूँ उस बिल्डिंग में स्विमिंग पूल भी है, जिम भी है, लेकिन ऐसे बच्चे नीचे नहीं खेल सकते, जो प्ले एरिया बोलते हैं ना,
एरिया का प्रॉब्लम।
हाँ, और ये तो फिर अभी ये सब ऑफिस है, तो यहाँ पर इतनी जगह तो अपने को नहीं मिलेगी। हमारे बाजू में मेट्रो आ रहा है वगैरह सब।
सो मेट्रो का काम चल रहा है यहाँ पे, हमने देखा है पूरा। हाँ, उससे कोई प्रॉब्लम है? नहीं, उससे कोई
प्रॉब्लम कुछ नहीं कोई प्रॉब्लम। मेरे तो बाजू में ही चल रहा है, लेकिन कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं।
This constituency represents some of Mumbai's most affluent residents, from corporate leaders to key cultural figures. The issues here range from infrastructure improvements, business regulation, environmental concerns along the coastline, and public amenities that cater to this diverse population. From corporate headquarters to election battlegrounds, this constituency covers the real essence of urban Mumbai.
I'm standing on the Bandra Worli sea link, and we will be taking this iconic 5.6 kilometer long sea bridge to reach Worli. Now, telling you a little bit about Worli, for me, it is mini Mumbai. Now, I know that there is a very cliche term and it has been used for many other regions in Mumbai as well. But let me tell you why, according to me, Worli fits the bill best. When you look at Worli, on one hand, it has got all of this futuristic infrastructure. You know, it has got the coastal road, a very vibrant work culture, and of course, the new bridge, which was introduced or rather inaugurated just a while back. But at the same time, Worli is also home to Mumbai's original inhabitants, and that is the Koi people. On one end, on one geographical end of Worli, you'll find the much respected and centuries old Haji Ali Dargah. And on the other geographical end of Worli, you'll find the much revered Siddhivinayak temple. Worli captures the essence and idea of Mumbai like no other region. Now let us then take this road and go to Worli, try and speak to people about a lot of things, about how it is like to live life in Worli, in Koivada, and also about their challenges ahead of the much important 2024 state assembly elections here in Maharashtra. What you see on your screen right now is the Worli Kolivada. Of course, there are different types types of Kolivadas located across the city here in Mumbai, and this is one of the more prominent or one of the older ones. Now, the complaints by the Koli community staying here is that projects like the sea link, projects like coastal road might affect their business. And as said before, the government is trying to draw a fine line, but nothing has kind of made people there believe that their profession will go on and their age-old traditional business of catching fishes will stay safe completely. As we all know, the famous Haji Ali Dargah is located in the sea, and the sea here in Mumbai is known for being quite notorious when it comes to being torrential rainfalls or even during the tsunami, the infamous tsunamis which took place here in Mumbai. But this was one of the few places which remain unhampered by the wrath of rain gods or even by the wrath of sea gods here in Mumbai, which is why the faith that Mumbaikars have. Now, when I talk about Mumbaikars, I talk about people from across different religions. The faith they have in this place is second to none. For them, this place is as important as any other religious place in Mumbai. Of course, we are not allowed to go inside, but there are a few shopkeepers, who serve the people who come here by giving them flowers, by giving them chadars, and we'd like to talk to them about how their experience has been regarding all of this. Sir, सबसे पहले बताइए कि आप कितने सालों से ये जो आपका स्टॉल है यहाँ पे कितने सालों से?
130 साल से।
130 साल से। मतलब आप ही के फैमिली का ये?
हाँ, फैमिली का ये।
अच्छा। सर बताइए कि हाजी अली के बारे में ऐसी क्या खास बात है जिसकी वजह से करोड़ों मुंबईकर्स सालाना ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड सालाना इस जगह पे आते हैं हमेशा?
हाजी अली की खासियत ऐसी है, आप जो भी दिल से मन्नत मांगोगे हर विश आपकी पूरी हो जाएगी।
सर, हमारा ये जो मुंबई शहर है, इसकी खासियत ऐसी है कि अलग अलग जात पंथ धर्म के लोग यहाँ पे रहते हैं, और ये जो हाजी अली दरगाह है ये भी उस चीज़ को सिंबलाइज करता है। यहाँ पे बस एक धर्म के लोग नहीं जाते। अभी मैं देख रहा हूँ कि बहुत सारे हमारे भाई, बहुत सारे हमारे माए जो कि अलग अलग धर्मों से वो भी अंदर जाते हैं, और सब एवरीवन इज़ वेलकम्ड इनसाइड। तो इसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए कि ये जो इतना ओपन है सारे लोगों के लिए, आपने इतने सालों में आप पूरा बचपन आपका यहाँ गया होगा, इसके बारे में बताइए।
यहाँ पर हर रिलीजन के पब्लिक आती है और उनके दिल में जो मन्नत रहती है, किसको बच्चा नहीं होता है या किसका बिजनेस डब हुआ है, सब उनकी मन्नत पूरी की जाती है। हाजी अली दरगाह किसको नाराज़ नहीं करते बाबा। सबकी विश पूरी की जाती है।
और सर ये भी पिछले कुछ हफ्तों पहले कुछ थ्रेट्स आए थे, जब मुंबई में कभी भी सिक्योरिटी थ्रेट आता है तो हाजी अली में सिक्योरिटी बढ़ाई जाती है, सिद्धिविनायक में सिक्योरिटी बढ़ाई जाती है। तो आप जैसे लोग जो कि यहाँ पे इतने सालों से रह रहे हो, तो आप इन थ्रेट्स को कैसे परसीव करते हो? क्या
हमारा तो 24 आवर्स हम लोग अलर्ट रहते हैं।
हाँ।
या कोई ऐसा संशित आदमी कोई दिख गया है तो हम बाजू में एक पुलिस स्टेशन है, वहाँ पर हम लोग अलर्ट कर देते हैं, भाई ये आदमी ऐसा है, कोई आया है हुआ है या क्यों बैग रखी हुई है, हम अलर्ट कर देते पुलिस को।
कर देते हैं और पुलिस भी रिएक्ट प्रॉम्प्टली
हाँ,
करती है।
एकदम।
Just like the Mumbai city, even Haji Ali Dargah is known for its diversity. And when you know, are crossing through this road, which is right in front of Haji Ali Dargah, and an important point here in South Mumbai, in Worli region of South Mumbai, you'll see this famous and close to a 50-year-old juice shop, which goes by the name Haji Ali Juice Center. And for many who come from outside the place, this juice shop has become synonymous to the Dargah. So we'll try and talk to these people who work here in the juice center to understand about what their experience has been serving this fresh fruit juice to people for close to 50 decades. That's almost half a century. Sir, सबसे पहले आप बताइए, ये जो जूस शॉप है ये एग्जैक्टली कितना पुराना है?
ये 1971 से है, करीब 52-53 साल हो गया, और हम यहाँ 36 साल से हैं।
आप यहाँ पे 36 साल?
जी।
Worli has become the biggest selling point for the current Mahayuti government before the upcoming assembly elections here in Maharashtra. The amount of investment, especially in infrastructure, that Worli has seen is unheard of, not just in the state but also here in the city in the last 12 months. Be it this northbound coastal road, be it the newly opened arch bridge, or the series of ring roads that will be constructed here in this region, and of course across the city, starting from Worli, in the next 10 to 15 years, is going to relieve of the traffic here in the city. That will help the commuters and especially the people who come and work in Worli, as it has one of the most vibrant work culture in the city. आप कितने सालों से यहाँ वर्ली में कैब चला रहे हो?
20 years.
20 years. जी। तो अगर मैं आपको पूछूं कि 20 साल पहले और अभी के वर्ली में फ़र्क क्या है? अगर हम रोड्स की बात करें, ट्रैफिक की बात करें, पोल्यूशन की बात करें, तो आपके हिसाब से वो फ़र्क कैसा होगा?
तो रोड अभी ये फ्रीवे, ये ब्रिज बनने समय ये फ़ायदा हो गया है कि जहाँ नरीमन पॉइंट से बांद्रा जाने के लिए हमें 1-1.5 घंटा लगता था, वो 15-20 मिनट में हम कवर कर लेते हैं। हाँ।
अच्छा। हाँ। तो आप बताइए कि आप कितने सालों से यहाँ पे कैब चला रहे हो?
14 साल हो गए सर।
14 साल हो गए। जैसे मैंने उनको पूछा, वैसे आपको पूछूंगा कि 14 साल पहले आपके हिसाब से वर्ली कैसा था और अभी वर्ली कैसा है? अगर हम
अभी तो बहुत परिवर्तन हो गया, पूरा ये सब नज़ारा ही चेंज हो गया इधर का।
हाँ। ट्रैफिक वगैरह कम नीचे हुआ?
ट्रैफिक तो बहुत कम हो गया, नहीं तो ये टाइम पे तो ये रोड पूरा जाम रहता था। पैदल रोड पूरा आपका, और ये जब से ये बना तब से पूरा कंट्रोल हो गया। हाँ, अभी तो कुछ नहीं, आराम से खड़े भी रह सकते हैं।
One of the major attractions here in the Worli constituency is this region, and that is the Koevada. At this moment, I'm present in the Gram Devat Mandir of Koevada here in Worli. As you can see behind me, this is believed to be a temple which is close to 700 to 800 years old. And these people are the original inhabitants of Mumbai. Of course, they have their own issues, they have their own problems, challenges, and also their own expectations when it comes to elections and leaders. We'll try and talk to a few of them who are here in the temple about what exactly do they think about the elections, amongst many other things.
तो यहाँ जो लोग रहते हैं उनको शौचालय या रोड, लाइट्स, ड्रेनेज लाइन, ये सब एम्यूनिटीज़ जो मिलनी चाहिए वो मिल नहीं सकती। क्यों? ये हमारे जो मकान बने हैं वो रोड तो वही है जगह पर, उसमें वो जो एम्यूनिटीज़ जो कुछ मांगता है वो हो नहीं सकती उसमें पूरी।
अभी नेताओं क्या है, खाली वो मतलब के लिए आते हैं नेता लोग। अभी कोई आके देखता नहीं कि हमारी समस्या क्या है। अभी समस्या इतनी गंभीर है कि अभी जो हमारा परिवार था वो बढ़ गए। परिवार बढ़ने से अभी यहाँ पे कोई रहते नहीं, जैसा किसी के 4 भाई है, 3 भाई है, जगह कम होने से वो सब लंबा चले गए।
रोड बहुत नैरो हो गए। अभी रोड का रिनोवेशन किया है और रोड टिकते नहीं हैं बिकॉज ऑफ जो भी आपको मालूम है कि अच्छा मटेरियल वगैरह ये। तीसरी बात ये है कि यहाँ ड्रेनेज लाइन ठीक से नहीं है। गवर्नमेंट का फंड आया है कि हर घर शौचालय होना चाहिए। हमारा जो प्रतिनिधित्व तो करेगा, जो भी हमारा नेता होगा, तो हम उससे ही मांग करेंगे ना।
Hundreds of politicians come here to Siddhivinayak temple every year before elections to pray. And this year, I bet the queue is going to be slightly longer given the political landscape of this state. Talking specifically about Worli, in the last 35 years, this region has seen a non-Shiv Sena MLA only for one term. But a lot has changed since 2019 till now, including the split in Shiv Sena. So whom will this constituency of Worli trust this time around? Will it be Shiv Sena, UBT, Shinde Sena, or perhaps a third party representing the voices of Marathi Manus? Is something that only time can tell us. This is Anuj Raide with camera person Hemant Mohite for NDTV.
From Bandra, a scenic beauty, urban charm. This upscale area is the beating heart of Mumbai's cultural and social life. And as assembly elections draw close, we are here to understand the pulse of this dynamic neighborhood. Let's begin the day with some laughter. We are at Laughter Heaven. This is close to Joggers Park in Bandra, where hundreds and hundreds of senior citizens and elderly gather every morning to share some fun, laughter, and do some light exercise. This is a regular fixture for several of the residents here. It is a therapy of sorts. Let's find out their laughter routine, what this routine is all about, and of course, what their expectations from these elections are.
Laughing is the best medicine, And what experience I've got, I've been coming from more than 30 years. So I had a ear problem, So doctor said you have to be operated. So I said okay. But when I came here, there are some very good exercises. And that pain and the pus it was gone. Even doctor was surprised to see how it is. It's so beneficial.
There should be proper parking for us and the take care of the senior citizen. There's sometimes some ladies, they are alone. They come alone in the morning. So there should be something like to protect them. Social activities should be more for the senior citizens.
I would only say a bit of lawlessness which goes away from here would be a good idea. But otherwise, Bandra is the best suburb in Bombay. Mumbai rather.
Progress is always there. There is improvement there, and like the drainage system, other things. The roads also are being improved. They've been widened also. They are doing the corporators. They are doing well. Everybody is doing well.
Bandstand is a favorite spot for locals, tourists, and even joggers. It is not just a place where people come to hang out, but it is a place where Bollywood meets its fans, where common people come to unwind.
Main thing is the cleanliness. It's very messy around here. The garbage is all around. We would like to see the clean bandstand. Every people from everywhere come here, and it's not looking good.
I would like some changes in the traffic scenario here. Usually even during the peak hours or not the peak hours, it's very trouble for someone who's coming, and there's a lot of traffic and it causes a lot of delays.
Bandra's spiritual heart beats here at Mount Mary Basilica, a place of faith and quiet reflection. In fact, this is Mumbai's most revered landmarks, perched atop a hill overlooking the Arabian Sea. The church is renowned for its stunning architecture, peaceful atmosphere. It is a popular pilgrimage site known for its annual Bandra Fair. I have with me a few residents as well here who will take us through what their expectations are from the future regime. Of course, you've all been living here near Mount Mary Church for quite some time. Tell us what your expectations are. Tell us how long have you been living here? How has this place changed over the years?
Yeah, I am here for the last 48 years. And this is a heritage site. And we want to maintain it as a heritage site. That is why when the roads were being done, we all came out en masse and we supervised it. And we want it to remain just like this. You know, we don't want, there is a move to break this road and to make it into a concrete. Why break something which is good?
I feel at the St. Stephen's steps, we need a little bit of more security in the night when there are, young boys and girls moving around.
I would suggest that there would be less hacking of trees and more of trimming of the crowns rather than hacking. Because it is only the greenery that would make this place look more beautiful and more natural.
At Land's End, all the cars are coming and parking at the Cane Road, and the drivers and the rickshawalas in the night stay there, and they remove their shirts, they're drinking in the night, and nobody's doing anything about it. There should be like cops, especially at a place like this.
I'd like all the banners to be out. I don't want any banners. It's just not beautifying. It's not a part of Bandra's beauty at all.
The beautiful sea-facing Bandstand Promenade, and right next to me is the marvelous Sea Link Arch, and on the other side is the Bandra Fort, where people come in large numbers to take a stroll, to jog and just admire the beauty of this place and the sea. In fact, this was built by the Portuguese, serving as a strategic watchtower at the point and was a point of defense, providing them with a view of the Arabian Sea. Now, this place has obviously been redeveloped and revitalized over the years, which attracts tourists and locals alike over a period of time. Politically speaking, Bandra has seen a tough contest between the BJP and the Congress, and it will continue to see a contest between the BJP and the Congress party this time as well. Of course, this constituency remains firmly with the BJP over the last 2 terms. But let's try and find out from locals here as to what their expectations are. So I just want to ask, what are the changes you'd like to see in Bandra, and what are the problems that you've been having as citizens of this place, as residents here?
I think one of the main problems is the roads, definitely. Every 2 years, the same road is being dug up, again and again. I think that just really worsens the traffic. I mean, apart from the fact that Bandra is anyway so popular now. So roads is definitely one of the things. And secondly, it's also the construction around in general, with the buildings, and yeah, I think it's just, the infrastructure really needs to improve.
What are the changes you'd like to see? How have you seen Bandra change over the years? And,
Bandra is an ideal place, beloved of those all who are dwelling here, particularly a Christian community in big number. And everybody hopes enlightened citizens are there are good parks and many facilities for citizens, but still many things are still needed. All the inner roads, and particularly Hill Road and Turner Road, which are the main arteries to take people out of Bandra. It is very unfortunate that in spite of such progress that they have had Sea Link, and now that they have coastal roads, and therefore, we save sufficient time while going to town. Every day I have to travel to High Court from Bandra. So it used to take 1 hour and 15 minutes or 1 hour and 30 minutes normally. Now it would take less, half an hour less, or even 45 minutes less. But the only problem is that getting out of Bandra takes away half the time.
Bandra is known for its trendy cafes, where conversations and creativity blend, where millennials, Gen Zs, writers, artists unite and brainstorm. And as I sit in one of quintessential Bandra cafes, I can't help but feel that this neighborhood is like a well-brewed cup of coffee, rich, layered and full of character. And much like the perfect brew, people here have expectations from the leadership. They want the leadership to be a perfect balance of solutions for the future and of preserving the charm and heritage of Bandra. With video journalist Mahesh Halwai, this is Radhika Ramaswamy for NDTV.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
We reached an agreement on petroling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. As he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का.
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की.
The External Affairs Minister's big remark on the line of actual control disengagement. He says this disengagement opens new options, but we'll have to see what direction India and China go in. A terror attack in the heart of Srinagar. 6 people have been injured in the grenade attack at the Srinagar market. This is the 6th major terror attack in less than 2 weeks. Home Minister Amit Shah versus Chief Minister Soren over Jharkhand infiltrators. Amit Shah says Soren is sheltering infiltrators in Jharkhand. Soren hits back. He says the BJP first decides to shield Sheikh Hasina and then cries infiltration. A key Mahayuti meet at the Chief Minister's residence. A Mahayuti huddle over the rebel headache. The Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP over Chhath Puja. Well, the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP blame each other for obstructing a South Delhi Chhath Ghat. This as a race for the Purvanchali vote heats up in the national capital. Team India collapse at Wankhede. Kiwis complete a historic clean sweep. India suffers its first series whitewash since 2000. Rohit Sharma says it's my lowest point in the career. Good evening and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Our lead story, well, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar's big remark on India-China disengagement along the line of actual control. He says this is certainly a welcome step and it opens up new possibilities, new options for both the countries, but we'll have to see which direction both the countries go in. Remember earlier, S. Jaishankar had admitted to the situation being extremely critical as far as the LAC is concerned. In fact, he also said that diplomacy and military have played a role in equal parts as far as the disengagement is concerned. But listen to what he had to say today.
The fact is, there are very large number of Chinese troops deployed along the line of actual control who were not there before 2020, and we in turn have counter-deployed. And there are other aspects of the relationship which also got affected during this period. So clearly, we have to see after the disengagement what is the direction we go. But we do think the disengagement is a welcome step. It opens up the possibility that other steps could happen. The expectation after Prime Minister Modi met President Xi was that both the National Security Advisor and myself, we would meet our counterpart.
Moving now to news from Jammu and Kashmir. Well, militancy continues to be a huge challenge both in Jammu as well as the valley. Now remember, today in Srinagar at the Sunday market, there was a grenade attack. In fact, 6 people have been injured critically as far as this attack is concerned. Now remember, another important aspect of this is that the attack was behind a CRPF truck. Now it's unclear whether the target was a CRPF truck or civilians indeed, given the fact that in the past 2 weeks we have seen civilians bearing the brunt of militancy, from of course the Ganderbal attack to what happened in Badgam, migrants and civilians clearly paying for militancy.
अभी मैंने भी सुना कि वहाँ नहीं छोड़ रहे हैं ना उस तरफ से जाने के लिए, तो मैं वहाँ से मुड़ा तो बोल रहे हैं कि यहाँ ग्रेनेड पड़ा है।
तो कोई नुकसान सुनने की
सुना कि कुछ लोग जख्मी हुए हैं।
कितना बिजी मार्केट रहता है संडे को?
ये बदकिस्मती है हमारी।
संडे मार्केट काफी क्राउडेड रहता है।
बहुत, इसमें ओवर बहुत रश होता है, बहुत रश।
इससे पहले कभी हुआ है संडे मार्केट?
मैंने कभी नहीं सुना।
यहाँ हुआ होता ही नहीं था कुछ, ये पता नहीं चंद दिनों से क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पर, समझ नहीं आ रहा है क्या बात है क्या नहीं है, क्या जो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट है इनका क्या इरादा है, क्या ये चाहते हैं यहाँ पर।
अभी तक संडे मार्केट में कभी ग्रेनेड हुआ?
कभी नहीं हुआ आज तक। संडे मार्केट में इतने लोग होते कभी आज तक, जब मिलिटेंसी भी थी कभी नहीं हुआ है वहाँ। आज पता नहीं है।
कह सकते हैं आपके CCTVs के अंदर होता है, क्लोजली पुलिस मॉनिटर करता है उसको, और सेंटर ऑफ द सिटी है। तो ऐसे में ये चीज़ होना, मैं समझता हूँ कि हमारी सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज़ को भी मतलब थोड़ा सा विजिलेंट होने की ज़रूरत है। इंसिडेंट होते हैं फिर कैच एंड किल करते हैं, तो जिससे क्या होता है सोर्स ख़त्म होता है। तो मैं फारूक साहब की बात को टो करता हूँ कि ऐसे इंसिडेंट्स के पीछे जो भी लोग हैं, पुलिस हमारा मजबूत है, ट्रेंड है, ऐसे लोगों को पकड़ा जाना चाहिए ताकि सोर्स पता चले।
ये जब से सरकार बनी है तो तब से ये चीज़ें होती रही हैं, तो हम भी परेशान हैं क्यों ऐसा हो रहा है, क्या वजह है। तो इसके लिए एक प्रोब होगा। हम कल जो असेंबली लगने वाली है हम डिमांड करेंगे कि इसके मतलब जो है जो हो रहा है तो एक तहकीकात होनी चाहिए, क्यों हो रहा है ये ऐसा जब पहले नहीं होता था, तो आज क्यों हो रहा है, क्या वजह है, कौन से लोग हैं ये, क्या ये पाकिस्तान की साजिश है, ये किसी और मुल्क की साजिश है, वो तो गॉड नोज बेटर, वो जानते हैं सब लोग कि क्या होने वाला है, क्या होगा। नहीं, सरकार की नाकामी क्यों, हमें तो आज होम तो डिपार्टमेंट तो हमारे पास है ही नहीं, होम तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के पास है, हमारे पास नहीं, हमारी नाकामी क्यों, ये तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को देखना होगा, ये हमें नहीं देखना है।
Moving now to the big headline from Maharashtra. Well, the Mahayuti in a huddle. This as rebels continue to be a huge challenge for both the alliances. Now remember, as far as the Mahayuti is concerned, there are rebels in key constituencies and most of these rebels are from the BJP. What's going to be the BJP's strategy to placate the rebels? That of course remains to be seen. Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis in fact met Chief Minister Eknath Shinde at his residence over this issue. Let me go across live to my colleague Anuj Raite joining us from Mumbai. Anuj, what are your sources telling you? What was discussed in the meeting? What is going to be the BJP strategy vis-a-vis the rebels, given the fact that most of these rebels are from the BJP?
Well, yes, if you look at what happened in the meeting, what we get to know is that most of those places where there has been a direct conflict between Shiv Sena and the Bharatiya Janata Party, those were the places which were highlighted here on the occasion of this meeting. Now, a few of these important places are here in Mumbai, Gate Mansur, Shivajinagar, where Bharatiya Janata Party has made its intention very clear that they will not stand behind Nawab Malik. They very categorically said that everyone else, every other candidate is a part of Mahayuti, but not Nawab Malik. Secondly, and more importantly, there is a direct conflict between Bharatiya Janata Party and Shiv Sena Shinde faction when it comes to the Mahin constituency. Now, in Mahin constituency, Raj Thakkre's son Amit Thakkre has filed a nomination, and against him, the incumbent MLA who has served the constituency for 2 times, from 2014 and also in 2019. That is Sada Sarvankar, who represents Shiv Sena, Shinde faction of Shiv Sena. And he was not ready to withdraw his application, even after there were several requests made by several senior leaders from Shinde Shiv Sena and also several leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party as well. Even the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders went on to state that, they are completely backing Raj Thakkre's son in this particular battle. What we are learning is that Shinde Sena has made it very clear that they will not convince or even try to convince Sada Sarvankar, because their party was not taken into consideration by Raj Thakkre's eminence before fielding Amit Thakkre from that particular constituency. So that again becomes a very important point on whether Amit Thakkre will fight this election, with the support of Bharatiya Janata Party, and will Bharatiya Janata Party support a non-Mahayuti member here, that is Raj Thakkre's party. Secondly, we see that there are several other conflicts in other parts of the country, in other parts of the state as well. For example, Shillong, where we are seeing that the 2 senior leaders from Mahayuti, one from NCP and other from Bharatiya Janata Party, are locking horns against each other. That is Abdul Sattar versus Rao Sahib Danve. And Rao Sahib Danve has made it very clear that he will only go to campaign for Abdul Sattar if the party tells him to do so. But the party has still now not confirmed anything. So we can assume that the Bharatiya Janata Party will not be campaigning for Abdul Sattar, a member of the Nationalist Congress Party, Ajit Pawar faction from Shillong as well. So we are seeing that how in the earlier days of this entire election campaign, things did not.
All right, we seem to have lost that line with Anuj. We'll try and reconnect with him. But several important points that Anuj was making, that most of these rebels are from the BJP, and remains to be seen what their strategy is going to be, given the fact that, independents have become extremely important. I mean, there are a record number of rebels, certainly this time as far as Maharashtra is concerned. Okay, Anuj, I believe, is back with us. Yes, Anuj, go ahead.
Yeah, and then we're seeing that these are the constituencies, along with several other independent candidates as well, who are posing to be major challenge in front of the Mahayuti and especially Bharatiya Janata Party. Yesterday, we saw that Devendra Fadnavis was in Pune, and there he was able to convince the majority of the independent candidates there to back off, and he has promised them to get good positions, be it MLCs, be it heads of several other departments as well. So we are seeing that this entire approach by the Bharatiya Janata Party and Mahayuti as a whole is like a two-edged sword. On one hand, the time is running against them. On the other hand, they have to make certain compromises just to make sure that several other leaders who have been left dissatisfied with the kind of equation that the Mahayuti had to put in place because of an added partner this time around, has left many senior leaders disappointed. And compromise with them, several positions are to be made available for them in the coming months. But it'll be interesting to see how this entire equation plays out up until the 20th of this month.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, Anuj, for joining us for the latest there. As you're reporting, it's really a race against time, given the fact that the last day of withdrawing nominations is tomorrow. But moving now from Maharashtra to poll-bound Jharkhand. Well, it's Amit Shah versus Hemant Soren in Jharkhand. This is Amit Shah launched the BJP's manifesto in the state. The manifesto was clearly centered around tribals and women, but also larger promises like the UCC and, talking about infiltration as well, given the fact that that has always been a hotly debated issue as far as Jharkhand is concerned. Home Minister Amit Shah, in fact, hit out at Jharkhand's Chief Minister Hemant Soren, saying that the JMM government shields infiltrators in the state, to which Hemant Soren had a very sharp reply. He says that, well, the central government decides to shield Sheikh Hasina and then cries about infiltration. Take a look.
घुसपैठियों को आपने पनाह दी, घुसपैठियों में आपको अपनी वोट बैंक दिखाई पड़ती, आप आपकी धुन में मस्त हो। इस राज्य में आदिवासियों की संख्या घुसपैठ के कारण घट रही है। मैं आज झारखंड की जनता को कहना चाहता हूं, ये तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति को बंद कर सारे घुसपैठियों को चुन कर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार झारखंड के बाहर निकालेगी।
मैं ये जानना चाहता हूं कि बांग्लादेश के साथ अंदर कोई आप लोग का कोई समझौता है क्या? और आज बांग्लादेश के पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री को आपने यहाँ हेलीकॉप्टर उतारने कैसे दिया और किस आधार पर यहाँ पर आपने उसको शरण दे रखा है, हमको ये बता दीजिए। और बांग्लादेश से घुसपैठ करने वाला भारतीय जनता पार्टी शासित राज्यों से घुस के आता है।
Prabhakar is now live with us on the phone line. So Prabhakar, big political face-off there. But as far as the manifesto is concerned, it's clearly centered around tribals. The tribal vote is extremely important as far as Jharkhand is concerned. What is the sense that you're getting from the ground? Who has the edge when it comes to the tribal vote?
See, as of now, we all know that JMM, which is predominantly a tribal political party, and Shibu Soren was the stalwart tribal leader as far as Jharkhand is concerned, and Hemant Soren happens to be his son. So they have a clear edge as far as the tribal voters are concerned, and that was reflected in the Lok Sabha election results as well, whereas the JMM did well in the tribal-dominated area, whereas BJP could not score numbers over there. Now, what Amit Shah and Hemant Soren is doing is basically trying to garner the tribal votes. The UCC, the infiltration, the illegal immigrants, these are the issues actually to lure tribal voters for themselves. If you clearly see through what Amit Shah was saying, he said that this illegal immigrant issue, this Bangladeshi immigrant issue, actually is eating into the resources meant for the tribals. So basically, JMM is not a party for tribals. What they're doing, they are helping infiltrators, they're helping illegal migrants settle in Jharkhand, which is eating into the resources of tribals, resources meant for the tribals. So basically, they are here targeting the tribal voters. Now, one thing is very clear, that the agenda is set for the Jharkhand election. It would actually be centered around UCC. It would be centered around the tribal voters, and that has been the tone has been set by Amit Shah today.
All right, Prabhakar, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. As Prabhakar is reporting, the stage is set for the big contest for the tribal vote. But moving now to news from the national capital, the political face-off over Chhath continues yet another year. But this, of course, as this time around, it's the BJP versus the Aam Aadmi Party over the Chhath Ghat in South Delhi. Given the fact that Chhath Ghats continue to be submerged in toxic froth. Now, both the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP are blaming each other for obstructing a key Chhath Ghat in South Delhi. There was a big face-off between the cops and the leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party as well. In fact, BJP MP Bansri Swaraj also visited one of the ghats. This, of course, as the people continue to suffer as devotees are all set to descend in these toxic ghats.
I'm currently joined with Emily from the area, Saurabh Bhardwaj here. We're at Chhath Puja Park, wherein there's this row that's going on between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP over the Chhath Puja festival. Sir, what do you have to say about the politics that is brewing over Chhath Puja festival out here between the two parties?
Actually, it is very shameful that a Purvanchali brother of ours, Vishwajit Jha, was doing Chhath Puja at this place for last 8 years. It is in the records of the government. Even this year he has got all the permissions from the government. He is financially supported by the government. His Chhath Ghat is listed as 1000 Chhath Ghats, which are provided financial assistance by the Delhi government. Basuri Swaraj is lying. And I challenge Basuri Swaraj that she claims that she is a Hindu. I am carrying a Bhagavad Gita. Let Basuri Swaraj swear upon Bhagavad Gita that Mr. Vishwajit Jha was not performing Chhath Puja at this Chhath Ghat.
So what the BJP is claiming that...
If she says this, we will all go home. We will not put our claim. She is lying. And it is very shameful that she is lying about such a pious festival.
So what the BJP is claiming is that they too have been performing Chhath Puja here for the past 8 years and they have permission from the DDA. They've shown letter from the DDA.
Look, BJP has been doing it. Who is stopping them? Let them do. But Vishwajit Jha has been doing it. Why are they stopping him? The question is not that why BJP is doing it. Why is BJP stopping Vishwajit Jha to do it?
दिल्ली बीजेपी सांसद बांसुरी स्वराज जी इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं। मैम, अभी मैंने उन बात करी थी आम आदमी पार्टी से सीनियर लीडर के साथ। उन्होंने कहा कि साफ तौर पर वो किसी को भी नहीं रोक रहे हैं यहाँ पर काम करने से। वो आरोप ये लगा रहे हैं कि बीजेपी रोक रही है।
अरे वो तो झूठ का पुलंदा बोलते हैं। अभी बोल रहे बांसुरी स्वराज नहीं आई, आप भी यही हो, मैं भी यही हूँ, जनता भी यही है, मैं यहाँ खड़ी हूँ ना। तो अगर सरेआम झूठ बोल रहे हैं तो इस पे भी झूठ बोल रही हैं। अब आप ये देखिए, 23 सितंबर 2024 को जनसेवा समिति के कार्यकर्ताओं ने जाकर प्रॉपर परमिशन ली है डीडीए से यहाँ पर छठ पूजन के लिए। आप ये देखिएगा जरा, यहाँ पर घाट की खुदाई हो रही थी। बार बार सौरभ जी झूठ बोल रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर हम रोक रहे हैं छठ। अरे माननीय मंत्री सौरभ भारद्वाज जी, भाई मंत्री हैं, विधायक हैं, सत्ता के मोह में इतने मदमस्त हैं कि जब घाट की खुदाई हो रही थी तो चलती जेसीबी में से निकालकर चाबी चले गए। यहाँ पर समिति के लोगों के साथ उन्होंने बदतमीजी करी। क्यों? क्योंकि अपने राजनीतिक महत्वाकांक्षाओं के दर पर वो माताओं और बहनों की बलि चढ़ा रहे हैं, उनकी आस्था की बलि चढ़ा रहे हैं। सौरभ भारद्वाज जी पूर्वांचली विरोधी, हिंदू विरोधी और सनातन विरोधी बन गए हैं।
Moving now to some more news from the national capital. Well, absolutely shocking story from near Malviya Nagar in the national capital. Look at those visuals of that car dragging two cops for almost 20 meters. These were two rogue women who were behind the wheel. In fact, they have now been arrested for threatening a man as well. What police also seems to suggest is that there are several cases against them in the past as well. There were various people of that housing society that had complained against these two women, and now they have been arrested by the police. But absolutely shocking how various red lights were jumped and those cops were dragged for over 20 meters. Moving now to news from Tamil Nadu. Well, it's actor Vijay versus the DMK. It was on day one of his political foray that actor Vijay chose his nemesis. In fact, he's attacked the DMK yet again, this time over law and order and corruption. Earlier, of course, actor Vijay had said that, well, the DMK is a selfish family party that is against the people of Tamil Nadu and fooling the people of Tamil Nadu in the name of Dravidian politics. This time around, he's also taken on national issues like one nation, one election, and the Waqf controversy as well.
Need has to be abolished by the government of India. Caste census has to be taken by the government of India. If the state takes what happened to the caste survey conducted in Bihar, that is of no use. We said that we will fight for all those things. Caste census had not taken place in our whole manifesto, but subsequently we were speaking about it after Rahul Gandhi started speaking. We also started speaking. We also wanted it.
And now our special focus on the US elections. Well, it's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump, and the race is really heating up. Just 2 days to go for this high-stakes battle. And well, what does actor Martin Sheen, who's played many presidents on celluloid, think about this electoral race? My colleague Gauri Dwivedi has this interview.
I am in conversation with Mr. Martin Sheen, one of the biggest names in Hollywood. Sir, you are here at the rally here for Michelle Obama. How do you feel right now, 3 days before the election?
I feel great. I have not the slightest doubt she's going to win. The only concern we have is how the fascists will resign, or they probably won't resign, and that's our concern, how they'll react, that's all. But we know she's going to win.
Okay, but there are some reports that suggest that it's a really tight race.
Of course it's tight, yeah, but she's still going to win.
Okay.
And you saw the support here tonight. This is just one small section.
Yes.
But the energy and the commitment, and it's largely coming from women, and mostly young women, and they're coming from all over the country. Some from foreign countries to help in this election because they know it's at stake.
Yes.
It's not just our country, it's not just our democracy. The whole world is watching. The whole world is going to be affected by the results of November 5th. So we have great confidence that she's going to win, and that all of these so-called battlegrounds are going to come into her column. So,
what, according to you, is the single biggest issue in this election?
Democracy, freedom. It's very clearly the fight is democracy against the fascists. They're fascist. They believe.
Why do you say so?
Well, because it's very clear to anyone that loves democracy and that has any kind of level of humanity. We care about it. We may disagree with people, but we don't want to kill them. We don't want to hurt them. You know, we want to inspire them. We want to lift them up. We don't see any music. We don't see any poetry. We don't see any jizz. We don't see any kind of. There's just no sense of real joy in their lives. You know, following this fascist. I mean, he's changed so many lives away from the light. There's no light. There's no music. There's no joy. There's no humanity in them. There's anger and resentment. And they look at him, and he reflects the very worst part of themselves. Eventually, they're going to come to themselves and win their freedom, but they have to be responsible for the truth.
What happens if he wins?
Say again?
What happens if Donald Trump wins?
We fight in a different direction.
How?
He doesn't win. Well, you'll see if it happens. No, it doesn't stop. You don't just, terminate 300 years of 250 years of democracy because of a fascist. We've fought fascists before. It's costly, but we're not going to quit. We're just fighting in a different direction. So there. All right, all the best.
Thank you so much.
You.
Thank you so much,
Okay,
Mr. Sheen.
bye-bye.
That is one of the biggest names in Hollywood. Remember, it was the Hollywood that started the entire process of Joe Biden making way for Kamala Harris. And just 3 days before the election, you heard some of the biggest names here coming in support of Kamala Harris at Michelle Obama's rally to get the last punch going. In Philadelphia for NDTV, this is Gauri Dwivedi.
Moving now to some other news. Well, it was a horror show from the Men in Blue. On the third day of the Wankhede Test, New Zealand complete a historic clean sweep as India suffered their first series loss at home since South Africa's 2-0 win back in the 1990s. It was also India's first ever 3-0 clean sweep loss at home.
That's in the air. Yeah! Bowled him, and it's all over. It's New Zealand. They've blanked out India.
Something like this will be a very low point in my career, having lost, 3 games at home. And yep, I fully take the responsibility of that, as a captain and as a leader as well. I have not been at the best of my abilities right from the start of the series.
And with that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Major terror attack in the heart of Srinagar. 6 people injured in the Srinagar grenade attack. A key Mahayuti meeting in the Chief Minister's residence in Mumbai. This as the Mahayuti battles the rebel challenge. It's Home Minister Amit Shah versus Chief Minister Soren over the Jharkhand infiltrators. Amit Shah says Jharkhand government shielding infiltrators. Soren hits back. It's the Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP over a Chhath Puja ghat in South Delhi.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
As the world watches with bated breath, the contest that will impact the world.
Exclusive insights, expert analysis, and ground zero updates as history unfolds.
We are not a vessel for the schemes of wannabe dictator.
I'm the opposite of a Nazi. The election that will have worldwide ramifications.
Immigration is far more than just a political talking point.
NDTV World brings you the best worldly insight from the US and across the world.
This is not just an election, it's a moment that will define a nation and the world, and we will be present.
Your view to the world. NDTV World.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
A $7 trillion economy seems
building Nas Daily. Now, a lot of you call me Nas. Even the moderators introduce me as Nas. My name is not Nas. My name is No Sire. Like yes, sire, no sire. Yes, sire, no sire. It's a very complicated name. Nas Daily is the company that we built. Who am I first? I'll talk about my story first, and then I'll talk about what I learned,
and then we'll open some space for questions. So, I was born and raised in Israel as a Palestinian. This is a background I do not recommend. You guys spent the last 10 hours talking about Israel and Hamas and Gaza and Palestine. So clearly this is a very complicated background. And since I was 12, I said I must escape. I must escape the village and go somewhere else to another village in America. Like everybody wants to go to America, so I decided to go to America and become a student. I applied to Harvard and I got very lucky and got in with a scholarship. I studied economics and a bit of computer science. Then I became an engineer. You know, like what they say in India, become an engineer, then do what you love. So I became an engineer and I worked at PayPal, and turns out I was a terrible engineer. And so I decided to eventually start doing what I love after 2 years of working at PayPal. Great. Now, I asked myself a simple question when I was an engineer. When are you going to die? Turns out there's an answer to this, and two people know the answer: God and Google. And if you type on Google, when are you going to die, it says average life expectancy for men in America, 76. I was like, oh shit. Back then, I was 25. 25 out of 76 was 32%. I was 1/3 dead on average. And when you do the math, it should be 25. 25 out of 76, 32%. I was 1/3 dead on average, and I have not done what I love yet. And I think a lot of people here can relate. In America, it's 76. In Japan, the life expectancy is 84. I think in India, it's like 65 or something. So it really depends on where you live. Either way, I wanted to spend the remaining 2/3 of my life doing things that I love. And that is creating content. 8 years ago, I had this one bet. You know, you're an equities trader. Where's that guy? Where's that guy? Equities trader. You bet all the time on which stock is going to go up, which stock is going to go down. And my bet 8 years ago was, what's going to change in society? What's going to change in society? 8 years ago, I said videos are going to change society and social media are going to change society. Now that sounds simple, but 8 years ago, there was no TikTok, there was no Instagram video, there was no Facebook video, it was just YouTube. That was 8 years ago only. So I said, let's make videos and put them on social media and do it every single day. Never miss a day, not even once, no matter what happens. That's 2.7 years of daily work. Even if I was sick, even if I had to go to the hospital, even if my mom went to the hospital, I had a plan on how to make a video that day. I took this so seriously. Every video was 1 minute long. Nobody has 45 minutes to listen to me talk. So I don't know what the hell you guys are doing here. But on the internet, you only have 1 minute. And so we made these videos, and 1,000 videos later, 1,000 days later, it blew up. It became one of the biggest social media pages in the world, with over 70 million followers and 30 billion views with a B. That is, thank you. To be clear, the population of planet Earth is 7 billion. So it's as if every person on the planet watched 5 videos. Now, of course, it's not like that, but it is hundreds of millions of people that have followed the Nas Daily language, the Nas Daily, in 14 different languages. Nas Daily Spanish, Nas Daily Hindi, Nas Daily Japanese, Nas Daily Arabic, Nas Daily Russian, Nas Daily English, that you know. And this became Nas Daily. Now we are a company of 100 people based in Singapore, Dubai, New York, and some in India. And today, I decided to come and answer a simple question. Why the hell did Nas Daily succeed? Why me? Why now? Why this? And how can you? No questions yet, bro. Let me finish. The equities guy really wants a question. Why did Nas Daily succeed? This is what I want to try to answer. And I'm going to answer this through 5 lessons that I learned in the last 8 years. Are you with me? Great. Okay. So the first thing I discovered over the last 8 years is that the individual has incredible power. The power of the individual is unbelievable. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that people love people. People don't love objects. People don't love flowers. They don't love institutions. They don't love things. People love people. And when it comes to media, this is especially true. Look at this example. Tucker Carlson is an individual. Fox News is an institution. When Tucker Carlson left Fox News lost millions of followers. He built his own new channel on Twitter or X and built his own Fox News because people love people. There is no affiliation, there's no affinity necessarily to Fox News, but people love the guy. And so that is so interesting when you think about content. When you put a human in front of the video talking, you get 10x more engagement. No matter how annoying the presenter is, like me, when you add a human, people love the human or hate the human. But at the end of the day, you want a human. If Nas Daily was just a voiceover with text on screen, I wouldn't be here today. So the main reason that Nas Daily succeeded is people love people. Now, how does this apply to you? Think about your company that you're building, or your media organization, or your project, whatever it is. Put a person in front of it, either the customer, or the CEO, or the founder, or the investor, or the employee. Elevate the status of people. And if you look at this, this is Nas Daily's Facebook page. Look at how many people there are. The mission statement, bring people together. The cover photo, a lot of people. The profile picture, a lot of people. For God's sake, do you even know what Nas means? People. Nas means people in Arabic. Raise your hand if you speak Arabic. Do you agree? Is it correct? Does it mean people in Arabic? Great. It's not fake news. Nas means people in Arabic. And that is the main reason why it succeeded. Now, the second lesson I learned is the power of packaging. And this is so underrated. Nobody talks about this, and they should. Packaging. I'm not talking about Amazon packaging. I'm talking about something that will shock you. I'll give you a real-life example. This is a CNN article about something that is important. China is celebrating a decade of the Belt and Road Initiative. Everybody here knows the Belt and Road Initiative, right? Essentially, China goes around, builds a port, builds a street, builds a highway, builds a bridge in different countries around Asia to build a new Silk Road. Now, a lot of journalists covered this topic in text format in a very academic fashion. How many views does this article get? 30,000 on average. Now, what happens if you take the same idea, the same message, but you change the package? What if we say, instead of Belt and Road Initiative, decade, blah, 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 what if we call it the Chinese money trap? It's about the debt policy, okay? What if we show a person showing money? What if we go to the country like Sri Lanka and like talk about the port that's there? And what if we make it super simple to understand and turn it into a video and put it on social media? What do you get? This is what you get. 52 million views, 64,000 comments, 344,000 likes, just in English. Together, this simple video got more than 75 to 100 million views globally. So much so that the United States government reached out to me, and they were like, we want more of these videos. I was like, I was like, I didn't make it because of that. We didn't end up working with them, to be clear, but even governments started to notice this. It's the same message, different packaging. So what does that tell you? In 2024, we should all adopt and embrace and hug and kiss videos. Forget pictures. Forget text. If you want to reach the masses, you gotta do it in 24 frames per second. If anything, we live life in video. Our eyes see in 24 or 30 frames per second. So why are we not communicating per video? If my speech today was just text, 2 of you would read it. The remaining would not read it. But because my talk today is in video, you're paying attention. So I cannot stress the importance of videos. But the third thing I cannot stress enough is the power of social media. So, where are we now? If you want to build the next Nas Daily for your company, for your organization, for your nation, or for yourself, remember the power of the individual, correct? Then the power of packaging. So focus on individual, package it in video, and then social media, the power of social media. Today, we live in a world that is incredibly scary because one video can create a terrible political revolution. One video in one day can cause civil unrest. One video in one day, or one video in one day can create a health revolution. The question is, which video is it going to be? And who's going to make it? That is how powerful social media is. It's so powerful that when I met Prime Minister Modi, the first thing he told me was, social media is incredibly powerful and good, but dangerous at the same time. I was like, of course, yes, I agree. I'm talking about this tomorrow. It's so powerful, but it's so new. And this is what most of us do not understand, is how new social media is. Your industry, you're an equities trader, correct? You're in the finance industry. We've been doing finance for at least 1,500 years, okay? We've been paying each other. We've had currencies. We've had corporations. We've had trading, commerce for 1,500 years. We've had enough times to understand it. Social media, we've only really had for 15 years, 1% of the time. So that tells you that we don't know what's going to happen, and we should all embrace social media now. We see this already in India. We see social media actually changing India already. I'm going to give you a positive example. This is an example of organ donation rates because of one video. One video on Instagram by my friend Rivant has taken organ donation rates by 5x, if not 7x, because of social media. We've known organ donations is a thing for decades, but it took one video by one individual in the right package on the right social media platform to make this go vertical. It's the same idea, just different packaging. So where are we now? Individual, video packaging, social media, and now the fourth one, the power of, you got it, consistency. Everybody thinks you can become famous in a day. Well, the truth is, Rome was not built in a day. In that case, you cannot be famous in a day. You cannot build a startup in a day. You cannot build a brand or a company in a day. It just doesn't happen. Let's take an example of Nas Daily. The first 100 videos of Nas Daily, they failed. The second 200 videos of Nas Daily also failed. It took me 271 videos to succeed. I was averaging 5,000 to 10,000 views on day 270. And on day 271, we got 30 million views. 10,000, 30 million in one day. But that could never have happened if it wasn't for consistency. If I made a mistake on day 260, I could fix it in 24 hours on day 261. When I make a mistake on day 130, I fixed it on day 131. It took me 24 hours to fix a mistake. Now, think about it. If you make a documentary every 6 months, you make a mistake, for your next documentary, it'll take you another 6 months to correct it. So you have 2 shots to succeed in a year. I have 365. And that is the difference between a documentary maker versus a daily video maker. 1,000 daily videos, that's how much it took me to build a brand. The power of consistency is exponential. So my advice to everybody here, try not just to focus on quality, also focus on quantity. Life is a game of quality and quantity. When you have quality and quantity, you succeed. It's as simple as that. A lot of us focus on quality, but there's this concept called Parkinson's Law. It says, work expands to the time allowed for it. I'm going to repeat this again so everybody understands it. Work expands to the time allowed for it. If I give you 10 days to make a video, you'll make a video in 10 days. If I give you 5 days to make a video, you'll make the same video in 5 days. The same quality. There is no difference. So that's why you got to shrink the time allowed for tasks, and the quality will not suffer. This has been the DNA of Nas Daily. 24 hours to make a video, no more. We repeated the same message 1,000 times every 24 hours, and that's how it started to grow. So where are we now? The power of individual, the power of packaging, the power of consistency. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. Even I forgot it. The power of, the power of individual, the power of packaging, the power of social media, and the power of consistency. What's the 5th power? This is specific to NDTV World. It's called the power of India. Now, I would say this in front of your face and behind your back. I'm not just saying this in front of you, but I truly believe this. Life is a game of numbers. The world of content is a game of numbers. Simple as that. Number of followers, number of views, number of impact, number of videos, numbers. Okay? And when it comes to numbers, India wins every game. Okay? Like for some reason in India, there are no small numbers. Nobody has 10 followers. Like the minimum is like 1 million and above. In India, nobody has like 1 million votes. It's like 700 million votes. There's no like 10 customers. It's 10,000 customers. So it's almost always that India has the law of large numbers on its side. But what does that mean? That means there is no social media without India. Ask any content creator right now in America, in Denmark, in Germany, in Israel, in Singapore, what's your number 1 country? If you make content in English, what's your number 1 country? Odds are it's India, simply because of the number of numbers. So this is important because now we can leverage this massive number of people to tell the story of India through social media. Out of the 1.34 billion people, there are at least 30 million Nas Dailies. You know, the best export, the best way to build soft power, and the most affordable way to build soft power is through content. And it's also through food, like Indian food in America or Thai food around the world. Yes, you can build soft power through food, but with India, you can build soft power through content. And it's not just Bollywood. It's through Facebook videos, Instagram videos, YouTube videos, from India to the world. This is why I am so excited about the things that NDTV World is doing. This is India's attempt at building its own image and distribution and soft power to the world through content. And I really cannot wait to see it succeed because the world needs it. So, going back to my original question, why the hell did Nas Daily succeed? Why me? Why now? Why this? And I think by now everybody knows. Nas Daily was an individual, not an institution, an individual who focused on storytelling in video format. Never wrote an article in my life. Focused on storytelling with video format, positive stories. I uploaded everything on social media. I never touched TV, never touched Netflix, never touched any of that stuff, and they never touched me either. And uploaded on social media, and I did it 1,000 times, and some people think I'm from India. So we got all 5 powers in one, and that has been the key success of Nas Daily. How does this relate to you? If you're looking to build an organization, if you're looking to build a media organization, if you're looking to build a company, if you're looking to build a product, if you're looking to build a country, you need all 5 powers and you need to adopt it. That, I believe, is the formula to change the world and build your own version of Nas Daily. Thank you, everybody, for listening.
Let's hear from you. If you have any question, please raise your hand, and we will start with...
What if you're consistent, the videos are working, the algorithm is changing, how do you keep up in your experience?
Yeah, I mean, when I started Nas Daily, the videos were landscape. Then at some point, the videos became vertical. Now I used to shoot like this, now I shoot like this. Everything I do, right? I mean, you have to always change. The first 3 seconds of a video used to be text, now it's nothing. Now I get into it straight. Every 6 months you have to change. If you don't change, you're dead. Simple as that.
Thank you.
Hi, Nisar. I'm Kshitij. So my question is, you were talking about numbers. You said life is a game of numbers. So talking about numbers, since April 9th, 2016, when you left your software engineering job in New York and flew to Kenya to start making videos, it's been exactly...
I see you read the Wikipedia page.
No, your own video.
Okay.
So it's been exactly 3,118 days today.
That's correct. I actually know that number. You're right.
Yeah. So simple question. I mean, what's your plan for the next 3,118 days?
That's a very good question. Okay, that's a good, hard and sensitive question. So the last 8 years has been about building content and being a creator. I think the next 8 years is about being an entrepreneur. So my biggest issue right now with the content world is that if I die today, Nas Daily dies tomorrow. That's a terrible feeling. Same if you're a lawyer. If you're a lawyer and you die today, no one is going to do law practice tomorrow. I'm only interested in solving this thing. How can I make something bigger than myself and my life? For that, I have to build a company. So my next goal for the next 8 years is to build a 1,000-person company. So I have 1,000 days in videos. Now it's a 1,000-person company. And we have multiple products. We have a hotel in Dubai. We have a technology platform, Nas.io. We have a social media agency with brands and governments. We have an academy. We have a summit. We have like 5 product lines. And together, they are the things that will continue to live even if I die. As you can tell, I think a lot about death. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Did you enjoy? Bye-bye, India. Thank you for having me.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Cappuccinos to go, please.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का.
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
As the world watches with bated breath, the contest that will impact the world.
Exclusive insights, expert analysis, and ground zero updates as history unfolds.
We are not a vessel for this.
Terror attack in the heart of Srinagar. 6 injured in the grenade attack at the Srinagar Sunday market. 6th major terror attack in 2 weeks. It's Home Minister Amit Shah versus Chief Minister Hemant Soren of Jharkhand over infiltrators. Shah says Soren sheltering infiltrators in Jharkhand. Meanwhile, Hemant Soren hits back, says BJP shields Hasina, then cries infiltration. Mahajuti meeting at Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's residence. Mahajuti huddle over rebel headache. It's Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP clash over the Chhath Puja in Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party and BJP blame game over obstructing the Chhath Puja race for Purvanchal votes ahead of the Delhi elections. Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar says LAC disengagement opens new options. Have to see direction India-China go in. Countdown to the photo finish United States election. The NDTV is on ground zero. Harris campaign, Michigan, Trump, the battleground states ahead of November 5th. Team India collapse at Wankhede. Kiwis complete historic clean sweep. India suffers first series whitewash since 2000. Rohit Sharma says lowest point in my career. Good evening and welcome to NDTV. Terrorists lobbed a grenade at Sunday market in Srinagar. 6 people have been injured who have been rushed to a hospital. Remember, this comes after 2 encounters in Jammu and Kashmir. In Anantnag, 2 terrorists were killed. In Srinagar, 1 terrorist was also eliminated by the security forces. 4 policemen were also injured in this encounter. Now, top Lashkar commander was killed in Srinagar, but this is the second major terror attack in the last 2 weeks.
A busy Sunday market in Srinagar, targeted by terrorists. As people were busy with shopping, terrorists lobbed a grenade, injuring over a dozen shoppers. The attack was right behind a CRPF truck parked for security and surveillance. It's unclear whether the intended target was a CRPF, with civilians bearing the brunt of the terror attack. It is the first such terror attack in a busy marketplace in Srinagar in several years, causing fears about worsening security in the wake of a spurt in terror incidents. On Saturday, it was downtown Kanyar. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has asked security forces to do everything possible to end this cycle.
ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है। माइक भी बोल पाऊँ। 2 पेशेंट्स हैं, उनका प्लान फॉर सर्जरीज और जो भी हमारे पास माइक के पीछे बोल पाऊँ इंजेक्ट किया है उनका खास ख्याल रखा जाएगा।
The Sunday market in Srinagar is a popular shopping destination. Thousands of vendors set up stalls selling a variety of items. The attack, however, failed to deter the shoppers and vendors, and it was business as usual after the grenade attack.
ये बदकिस्मती है हमारी।
संडे मार्केट काफी क्राउडेड रहता है।
बहुत, इसमें ओवर बहुत रश होता है, बहुत रश।
इससे पहले कभी हुआ है संडे मार्केट?
मैंने कभी नहीं सुना।
यहाँ हुआ होता ही नहीं था कुछ, ये पता नहीं चंद दिनों से क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पर। समझ नहीं आ रहा है क्या बात है, क्या नहीं है, क्या जो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट है इनका क्या इरादा है, क्या ये चाहते हैं यहाँ पर।
There has been a sudden spike in attacks over the last 2 weeks after Omar Abdullah took over as Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. In a union territory, law and order and security are the domain of central government and Lieutenant Governor, not the elected government. Over the last 3 years, the Jammu region was high on the terror radar, facing a series of attacks on the army and civilians. But after the elected government took over just few weeks ago, it appears that the valley is again facing the brunt. With Nazir Masoodi in Srinagar, Bureau Report, NDTV.
Meanwhile, the US presidential poll race to the White House now has entered the last leg of campaigning. Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris race is looking like a photo finish. Now, Trump and Harris are in full campaign mode as far as the elections are concerned. Trump has promised to reduce inflation. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris has promised to cut taxes. NDTV is on the ground in United States and reporting from the key battleground. Who will the Indian Americans choose? Non-stop coverage, ladies and gentlemen, on NDTV. Let me go across at this moment very quickly to my colleague Gauri Dwivedi, who is joining us from Philadelphia. Gauri, good morning. I'm sure it's an early morning for you, like the heat of the campaign through the day will pick up. Just less than 2 days to go now. What is the buzz? What is this election hinging on?
Ankit, I heard a bit of your question. It's 8 degrees and really chilly here in Philadelphia. But the race is hotting up, that's all I can say. Today in Philadelphia, Donald Trump is doing a rally. And tomorrow, Kamala Harris will be doing a rally on the eve of the election. So Philadelphia, or rather Pennsylvania, is essentially where all the action is. 19 Electoral College up for grabs. And at this stage, it is really at the core of which way the election will go. Everybody one has spoken to, whether it is experts, people who are on the street, voters or politicians, not a single one is out there to stick their neck out to say that which way this race is going. Even yesterday evening, when I was at Michelle Obama's rally, where there was a sea of Kamala Harris supporters, even they were apprehensive that there is a fair chance that they may not be able to win. I'm speaking about the Democrat camp. So that's how tight it is. And Pennsylvania is at the heart of that race, at that contest. As I said, Donald Trump is making that last speech today in Philadelphia. Interestingly, Philadelphia has a very large population of black Americans. They're about 42-43%. They are the single largest chunk here, and which is why it's also important for Kamala Harris to make that last stop here before she, winds up her entire poll campaign tomorrow. So it all boils down to Electoral College votes, and Pennsylvania is where it all ends up being. Which way it'll go? Well, if no one's willing to stick their neck out, then we should also be waiting and watching. But one thing is for sure, it's really going to go down to the wire. And let's see whether Kamala Harris comes and creates history or not.
You know, Gauri, what are the polls they're suggesting? Because like you are saying that, it's very, very close there. Most polls are putting both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris within the range of margin, 1 or 2%, difference between both.
And let's see whether Kamala Harris.
All right, I think we've lost that line with Gauri, and we'll try and reconnect with her to try and get more information on this. But one key segment as far as the US election, and we have seen how important it has been in the last few elections with Donald Trump, and he was the president, even getting Prime Minister Narendra Modi to rally for him when he had gone to the United States, if you remember the Howdy Modi program. The latest survey in US has revealed that 6 in 10 Indian Americans are likely to vote for Kamala Harris. Now remember, Indian Americans are the second largest immigrant group in the United States and among the most politically active communities in the country. Interestingly, after, apart from immigration, abortion and reproductive rights have emerged as a significant issue for the Indian Americans, this election year ranking as their second most important concern. So take a look at this report, which decodes the Indian American voter.
The United States is often called a nation of immigrants because it has the largest immigrant population in the world. Out of all immigrant groups in the country, Indian Americans are now the second largest, making them an important part of the presidential election process. The community has mostly favored the Democratic Party. According to a survey released by the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in YouGov, 61% of registered Indian American voters plan to vote for Kamala Harris, and 31% intend to cast a ballot for Trump. Indian Americans have emerged as an important political actor thanks to the community's rapid demographic growth, the close margins in modern presidential elections, and the diaspora's remarkable professional success, according to the survey. So how can Indian Americans impact the US elections? Out of the more than 5 million Indian Americans present in the country, over 2.5 million are eligible to vote. It is the most politically active group among Asian Americans. To put it into perspective, Joe Biden defeated Trump by a margin of just over 12,000 votes in Georgia in 2020, making each vote valuable. Though Indian diaspora comprises a small share of overall electorate, both the parties have actively wooed Indian American voters. In a campaign advertisement, Harris explicitly invoked her mother as a brilliant brown woman with an accent. The Republican campaign has also turned the spotlight on the community due to the Indian roots of Usha Vance, the wife of Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance. Indian Americans have been thrust into the limelight owing to the possibility that for the first time in the US's history, a candidate of Indian heritage could have the top job in the nation. The latest poll also shows a modest drift towards Trump and Republicans. The poll says the drift is driven by Indian American men, particularly younger men born in the US. A survey done earlier has said that the number of Indians who identify as Democrats slipped from 54% in 2020 to 47%. In the same time frame, those who identify as Republicans rose from 16% to 21%, further solidifying the notion that both parties look at this community with hope. Vishal Vivek for NDTV World.
Meanwhile, Foreign Minister Jaishankar has spoken on India-China disengagement. In fact, the External Affairs Minister calls it a progress. He said, our relations were very disturbed. After disengagement, have to see which direction does India and China go.
The fact is, there are very large number of Chinese troops deployed along the line of actual control who were not there before 2020, and we in turn have counter-deployed. And there are other aspects of the relationship which also got affected during this period. So clearly, we have to see after the disengagement what is the direction we go. But we do think the disengagement is a welcome step. It opens up the possibility that other steps could happen. The expectation after Prime Minister Modi met President Xi was that both the National Security Advisor and myself, we would meet our counterpart.
Let's get you back to focus on India. In fact, where Maharashtra elections are at this moment, the political heat is rising in Maharashtra. Key Mahayuti meeting today took place at Chief Minister's residence. This was Eknath Shinde's residence, where Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister, was also present. The meeting's focus was the Maha-rebel factor and the Mahayuti's bid to pacify these rebels. Now, Fadnavis and Shinde met and they tried to, in fact, come to some sort of a conclusion. This meeting lasted 3 hours. Mahayuti's attempt to placate the rebels at this moment, they are running on a deadline because the nominations, the last date for the withdrawal of the nominations is tomorrow.
Well, yes, if you look at what happened in the meeting, what we get to know is that most of those places where there has been a direct conflict between Shiv Sena and the Bharatiya Janata Party, those were the places which were highlighted here on the occasion of this meeting. Now, a few of these important places are here in Mumbai, late Mansur, Shivajinagar, where Bharatiya Janata Party has made its intention very clear that they will not stand behind Nawab Malik. They very categorically said that every other candidate is a part of Mahayuti, but not Nawab Malik. Secondly, and more importantly, there is a direct conflict between Bharatiya Janata Party and Shiv Sena Shinde faction when it comes to the Mahin constituency. Now, in Mahin constituency, Raj Thackeray's son Amit Thackeray has filed a nomination against him, the incumbent MLA, who has served the constituency for 2 times, from 2014 and also in 2019. That is Sada Sarvankar, who represents Shiv Sena, Shinde faction of Shiv Sena. And he was not ready to withdraw his application, even after there were several requests made by several senior leaders from Shinde Shiv Sena and also several leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party as well. Even the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders went on to state that, they are completely backing Raj Thackeray in this particular battle. What we are learning is that Shinde Sena has made it very clear that they will not convince or even try to convince Sada Sarvankar, because their party was not taken into consideration by Raj Thakray's eminence before fielding Anuj Thackeray from that particular constituency. So that again becomes a very important point on whether Amit Thackeray will fight this election, with the support of Bharatiya Janata Party, and will Bharatiya Janata Party support a non-Mahayuti member here, that is Raj Thakray's party. Yesterday we saw that Devendra Fadnavis was in Pune, and there he was able to convince the majority of the independent candidates there to back off, and he has promised them to get good positions, be it MLCs, be it heads of several other departments as well. So we are seeing that this entire approach by the Bharatiya Janata Party and Mahayuti as a whole is like a two-edged sword. On one hand, the time is running against them. On the other hand, they have to make certain compromises just to make sure that several other leaders who have been left dissatisfied with the kind of equation that the Mahayuti had to put in place because of an added partner this time around, has left many senior leaders disappointed. And to compromise with them, several positions are to be made available for them in the coming months. But it'll be interesting to see how this entire equation plays out up until the 20th of this month.
From Maharashtra to Jharkhand, where the BJP today released its manifesto of 25 promises that they have made to the people of Jharkhand. It was the Home Minister Amit Shah who in fact released this 25 promises, which included 2,000 rupees, 2,100 rupees to the women, one free cylinder on Raksha Bandhan, and also spoke about 5 lakh employments for the youth. The Home Minister on this occasion once again took on the Hemant Soren government, speaking particularly about the infiltration charge.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah releasing BJP's much-awaited manifesto for Jharkhand, with a verbal duel erupting between Shah and Chief Minister Hemant Soren. Soren took the battle across the border to Bangladesh, accusing the BJP of sheltering ex-Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina.
इस राज्य में आदिवासियों की संख्या घुसपैठ के कारण घट रही है। मैं आज झारखंड की जनता को कहना चाहता हूं, इस तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति को बंद कर सारे घुसपैठियों को चुन कर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार झारखंड के बाहर निकालेगी।
BJP's focus remains on women and tribals. Amit Shah promised that if elected, the BJP would provide 2,100 rupees per month to every woman of Jharkhand under the Gogo Didi scheme to counter JMM's ambitious Maiya Samman Yojana, under which they get 1,000 rupees per month, free LPG gas cylinders for women on Diwali and Raksha Bandhan festivals, and 5 lakh employment opportunities to the youths of the state.
देखिए, ये जो मैनिफेस्टो है ना, उस पर कोई भरोसा इसलिए नहीं करेगा, ना तो झारखंड का विकास इधर हुआ, ना रांची का विकास हुआ। आप यहाँ पे आपने देखा कि किस तरह से ये अभी तो गोगो योजना की बात वो लोग कर रहे हैं, लेकिन भाजपा के कार्यकाल में महिलाओं की तस्करी अपने चरम पर थी।
But the real trump card was promise of uniform civil code in Jharkhand if BJP was voted to power in Jharkhand. Catering to the fear of tribal voters who are decisive in Jharkhand, Amit Shah clarified that UCC would not touch upon tribal population under any circumstances, and the Congress was quick to hit back.
हेमंत बाबू, झारखंड में यूसीसी जरूर आएगा, मगर यूसीसी से आदिवासियों को पूर्णतया हम बाहर रखेंगे। कोई आदिवासी के अधिकार और कानून को यूसीसी से हम नहीं छेड़ेंगे।
वो अगर गृह मंत्री के तौर पे बोल रहे हैं तो गलत बात है, अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता के तौर पे बोल रहे हैं तो सही बात है। झूठ बोलने की आदत है। आप क्यों बोल रहे हैं कि यूसीसी में आदिवासियों को शामिल नहीं किया जाएगा? क्योंकि आपने आदिवासियों को यूसीसी में शामिल किया है।
Talking about the tribal issues, and the UCC happens to be their trump card. Tribals have nothing to fear. They don't come under the purview of UCC, and BJP will ensure that those illegal migrants are chased away from Jharkhand if they are voted to power there.
With poll fever rising in Jharkhand after Diwali and Chhath festivities die down, it is UCC that is likely to dominate the election debate in Jharkhand, with both sides clearly divided over it. With Harivansh and Prabhakar Kumar in Ranchi, NDTV Bureau Report.
Meanwhile, there is massive showdown between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP in the national capital over the Chhath Puja. The Aam Aadmi Party today staged a dharna at the Chhath venue and in fact accused the BJP of trying to stop the Chhath Puja. This was a massive face-off which then erupted between the police and the Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, the Aam Aadmi Party said that the locals are protesting against the centre. DDA is opposing building the Chhath Ghats. Meanwhile, Basuri Swaraj, the BJP MP, then joined BJP workers against the Aam Aadmi Party. There was high drama near the Chhath venue after the altercation between the police and the AAP workers.
I'm currently joined with MLA from the area, Saurabh Bhardwaj here. We're at Satpula Park, wherein there's this row that's going on between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP over the Chhath Puja festival. Sir, what do you have to say about the politics that is brewing over Chhath Puja festival out here between the two parties?
Actually, it is very shameful that a Purvanchali brother of ours, Vishwajit Jha, was doing Chhath Puja at this place for last 8 years. It is in the records of the government. Even this year he has got all the permissions from the government. He is financially supported by the government. His Chhath Ghat is listed as 1000 Chhath Ghats which are provided financial assistance by the Delhi government. Basuri Swaraj is lying. And I challenge Basuri Swaraj that she claims that she is a Hindu. I am carrying a Bhagavad Gita. Let Basuri Swaraj swear upon Bhagavad Gita that Mr. Vishwajit Jha was not performing Chhath Puja at this Chhath Ghat.
So what the BJP is claiming that...
If she says this, we will all go home. We will not put our claim. She is lying. And it is very shameful that she is lying about such a pious festival.
What the BJP is claiming is that they too have been performing Chhath Puja here for the past 8 years and they have permission from the DDA. They've shown letter from the DDA.
Look, BJP has been doing it. Who is stopping them? Let them do. But Vishwajit Jha has been doing it. Why are they stopping him? The question is not that why BJP is doing it. Why is BJP stopping Vishwajit Jha to do it?
बीजेपी सांसद बांसुरी स्वराज जी इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं। मैम, अभी मैंने उन बात करी थी आम आदमी पार्टी से सीनियर लीडर के साथ। उन्होंने कहा कि साफ तौर पर वो किसी को भी नहीं रोक रहे हैं यहाँ पर काम करने से। वो आरोप ये लगा रहे हैं कि बीजेपी रोक रही है।
अरे वो तो झूठ का पुलंदा बोलते हैं। अभी बोल रहे बांसुरी स्वराज नहीं आई, आप भी यही हो, मैं भी यही हूँ, जनता भी यही है, मैं यहाँ खड़ी हूँ ना। तो अगर सरेआम झूठ बोल रहे हैं तो इस पर भी झूठ बोल रही हैं। अब आप ये देखिए, 23 सितंबर 2024 को जनसेवा समिति के कार्यकर्ताओं ने जाकर प्रॉपर परमिशन ली है डीडीए से यहाँ पर छठ पूजन के लिए। आप ये देखिएगा जरा, यहाँ पर घाट की खुदाई हो रही थी। बार बार सौरभ जी झूठ बोल रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर हम रोक रहे हैं छठ। अरे माननीय मंत्री सौरभ भारद्वाज जी, भाई मंत्री हैं, विधायक हैं, सत्ता के मोह में इतने मदमस्त हैं कि जब घाट की खुदाई हो रही थी तो चलती जेसीबी में से निकालकर चाबी चले गए। यहाँ पर समिति के लोगों के साथ उन्होंने बदतमीजी करी। क्यों? क्योंकि अपने राजनीतिक महत्वाकांक्षाओं के दर पर वो माताओं और बहनों की बलि चढ़ा रहे हैं, उनकी आस्था की बलि चढ़ा रहे हैं। सौरभ भारद्वाज जी पूर्वांचली विरोधी, हिंदू विरोधी और सनातन विरोधी बन गए हैं।
Currently, standing wherein the construction work is also still underway. As you can see, this ghat area, the work is being done. It's been dug up for the Chhath Puja to happen here, and right at the back also you can see that there is still construction work that is going on out here. So amid the political tussle out here at the ghat present are of course people from both sides, but there are BJP workers also present here. There are Aam Aadmi Party workers also present here, and what the sense we are gauging at this point is that not that the work is not being done, but who will carry out the Chhath Puja essentially. Will it be done by the Aam Aadmi Party representative or will it be done by the BJP representative? Basuri Swaraj, a member of parliament, was present here a while ago, and she said that they have sought permission from the DDA to carry out the Chhath Puja here, as they have been for years. But the same claim is being made by the Aam Aadmi Party leader and Delhi Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj as well. What Saurabh Bhardwaj says is that they don't want to stop anyone else from performing the puja. But why is it that the BJP is stopping their representative to conduct the puja at this ghat. Both the parties are, making the leveling similar allegations against each other. What Saurabh Bharadwaj also claims, however, is that they also have the permission from the subdivisional magistrate to conduct the puja here. So at this point, this political, blame game that is quite heightened at this point between both the parties as to who will finally conduct the Chhath Puja at this spot and space.
A 35-year-old man was celebrating Diwali with his family and friends. He walked a few steps in front of his house in Maharashtra's Pimpri Chinchwad to burst crackers when a speeding car hit him, throwing him several feet away. The incident was captured on the CCTV camera. Shows the man, Soham Patel, in a red kurta, standing next to a boy, bending to light a cracker when the car in high speed, in fact, hits him. The man died of his injuries on the spot. Meanwhile, it was a horror show for Men in Blue on the third day of the Wankhede test. New Zealand completes a historic clean sweep as India suffered their first series loss at home since South Africa 2-0 victory in 2000. It was also India's first ever 3-0 clean sweep at home.
India bundled out New Zealand early as Jadeja once again starred with a 5-wicket haul.
Akash deep there, and India wrapped up this innings pretty quickly.
But then came the horror show from the Men in Blue yet again in the series.
That's in the air.
Wickets fell in a heap. First, it was the captain whose horrific run with the bat continued.
He's in big.
It's their captain, 13 for 1.
And then Shubman Gill.
He's left it and he's heard the sound of timber.
Followed by another failure with the bat by Virat Kohli.
Taken. Has that carried?
India were down to 29 for 5, looking at another embarrassing defeat against the Kiwis.
That's in the air.
Although Rishabh Pant mounted a counter-attack, but India were left reeling at 72 for 6, still needing over 70 runs to win. But the Kiwi pressure continued and pushed India into a corner.
Is there batting bowled in this one?
And after Pant departed, India's lower order folded cheaply. A historic clean sweep by New Zealand. This was the first time India have been whitewashed in a test series at home since South Africa's 2-0 win in 1999-2000. It was also India's first ever 3-0 clean sweep at home.
History. Another
something like this will be a very low point in my career, having lost, 3 games at home. And yep, I fully take the responsibility of that, as a captain and as a leader as well. I have not been at the best of my abilities right from the start of the series.
With that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. News and updates will continue on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar has posted on X, delighted to interact with members of the vibrant Indian community in Brisbane, spoke about the strong, comprehensive strategic partnership and the efforts, vision and the leadership by both countries to energize it.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years.
Hello and welcome to the NDTV Auto Show. We have a very exciting show planned for you today. Let's see what's on the show. Test drive of Maserati's SUV Grecale. First ride of Bajaj Pulsar N125. BYD E7 review. This is Maserati Grecale Modena, and that one word that comes to my mind when I see it is bellissimo. Global love for SUVs forced even the true blue sports car makers into SUV genre. Maserati's answer to SUV question is Grecale. ग्रिकाले का फ्रंट स्पोर्टी तो दिखता है, लेकिन एलिगेंट भी उतना ही दिखता है। बस एक ही चीज़ मुझे लगी, ये जो हेडलैम्प्स हैं ये थोड़े से छोटे पता चलते हैं इसके फ्रंट में जिस बड़े साइज़ के सामने। 21 इंच के व्हील्स आपको मिल रहे हैं। ये डुअल टोन है, बहुत ही अट्रैक्टिव लग रहे हैं इस वाइट और ग्रे शेड में, और साथ ही रेड ब्रेक कैलिपर्स भी आपको यहाँ पर दिखाई दे जाते हैं। एंड ऑफ कोर्स मासेराती का ट्राइडेंट तो आपको यहाँ पर दिखता ही है ना, यहाँ ऊपर दिख जाएगा और साथ ही व्हील्स के सेंटर में भी आपको दिख जाएगा। यहाँ पर कुछ वर्किंग बिट्स भी हैं, उसके बारे में बाद में बात करेंगे। पहले आपको यहाँ का जो लेआउट है उसके बारे में बात करती हूँ। तो पहले तो ये जो एसी वेंट का ट्रीटमेंट है स्ट्रेट लाइन में, वो मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है। देन यहाँ पर दो स्क्रीन्स दी गई हैं, एक टेम्परेचर मैनेज करने के लिए और दूसरे आपकी इंफोटेनमेंट स्क्रीन है, और सामने आपके पास डिजिटल ड्राइवर डिस्प्ले है। बहुत बड़ी स्क्रीन्स नहीं है, डजंट लुक ओवरवेलमिंग, और ये लेआउट मुझे काफ़ी नीट एंड क्लीन और इजी टू यूज़ पता चल रहा है। ऑफ कोर्स यहाँ पर अगर थोड़े से बटन्स होते तो मैं ज़्यादा प्रेफर करती, लेकिन इस जो इंफोटेनमेंट स्क्रीन की एक अच्छी बात यह है कि आपके ज़्यादातर इंपॉर्टेंट फंक्शंस यहाँ साइड में लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पे दिए गए हैं। तो अगर आपको कुछ ऑन द गो यूज़ करना है तो यू जस्ट हैव टू प्रेस दोज बटन्स हियर एंड इट विल बी इन फ्रंट ऑफ यू। तो वो थोड़ी सी कन्वीनियंस है, बट अगेन क्योंकि ज़्यादातर चीज़ें आपको स्क्रीन से ही मैनेज करनी है तो ड्राइव करते वक्त थोड़ी सी तकलीफ हो सकती है। अब वो क्वर्की बिट की जो मैं बात कर रही थी वो ये कि यहाँ पर आपको कोई गियर लीवर गियर सिलेक्टर नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है, क्योंकि यहाँ पर जो गियर आपको सेलेक्ट करने हैं यहाँ इन बटन से सेलेक्ट करने हैं। लव द फील ऑफ दिस स्टीयरिंग, इसका साइज़ बिल्कुल परफेक्ट है। यहाँ पर बड़े साइज़ के आपको पैडल शिफ्टर्स दिए गए हैं फॉर सेलेक्टिंग योर गियर्स। यहाँ पर आपको चार्जिंग पॉइंट मिल जाता है, दिस इज़ वायरलेस चार्जर, और यहाँ अंदर आपको एक टाइप ए टाइप सी चार्जिंग पॉइंट मिलेगा, और यहाँ पर आर्मरेस्ट के नीचे एक 12 वोल्ट का चार्जिंग पॉइंट दिया गया है। यू गेट 2 कप होल्डर्स, डोर में ठीक ठाक जगह है सामान रखने की, ग्लव बॉक्स का साइज़ भी ठीक है, तो थोड़ी सी प्रैक्टिकलिटी भी यहाँ पर आपको मिल जाती है। और एक चीज़ जो मुझे बहुत ही पसंद आई है, मासेराती की हेरिटेज को याद दिलाते हुए क्लॉक मिल जाती है, डिजिटल है बट लुक्स नाइस। अब जो एक चीज़ मुझे नहीं पसंद आई वो है ये एसी वेंट्स के नॉब्स। ये रोटेटिंग टाइप नॉब्स हैं, पर ये उतने स्मूथ नहीं हैं जितना कि से फॉर एग्जांपल मैंने मर्सिडीज में देखा है। एंड दीज सीट्स आर हीटेड एंड वेंटिलेटेड, इवन द स्टीयरिंग इज हीटेड फॉर कोल्डर क्लाइमेट। हमारे यहाँ तो काम नहीं आने वाला। एंड बिफोर आई टेक यू टू द सेकेंड रो, आई हैव टू शो यू हाउ यू ओपन दिस डोर। There is no door knob here, there is a button, you push it and the door opens. Hasn't it been a while that I have showed you Maserati's Trident logo? मिस कर रहे हो आप उसको? Well, don't miss it. यहाँ पर सीट पर भी वो Trident बना हुआ है। अब इन सीट्स की बात करूँ तो ये ठीक ठाक कंफर्ट देती हैं। थोड़ा सा कुशनिंग इनकी हार्ड साइड पर है, तो लॉन्गर ड्राइव्स पर भी आपके साथ कंफर्ट बना रहेगा। आई थिंक द बैक रेस्ट इज अ लिटिल अपराइट, थाई सपोर्ट इज़ ऑल्सो लिमिटेड, लेकिन लेग स्पेस यहाँ पर काफ़ी बढ़िया मिल जाता है। फुट स्पेस भी बढ़िया है, तो पैर आराम से आप आगे करके बैठ सकते हैं। You get 3-zone AC in this car with AC vents at the back. You can manage the temperature from here. यहाँ पर आपको टाइप A और टाइप C चार्जिंग पॉइंट मिल जाता है। This is Grecale Modena. You get a 2-litre 4-cylinder turbocharged engine with e-boost. What is this e-boost? Well, you basically get a 48-volt starter generator which gives a boost to the engine at low RPMs. So the power delivery becomes quite smooth. Despite the fact that you get a 2-litre 4-cylinder engine, this car still is a lot of fun. 0 to 100 comes up in 5.6 seconds, and when you push it, when maybe from standstill or you are at say 60-70 kph and you need a little burst of power, you push the pedal and the engine responds quickly and it feels eager to deliver. The 450 Nm of torque is delivered seamlessly with an even spread from 2000 rpm all the way up to 5000 rpm. The engine is paired with an 8-speed torque converter transmission. 3 मोड्स आपको इस गाड़ी में मिल जाते हैं, कंफर्ट, जीटी और स्पोर्ट्स मोड। जीटी मोड में मैंने ज़्यादातर इसे चलाया है, और अगर आप जीटी मोड में या किसी और मोड में भी गाड़ी से ज़्यादा स्टिफ सस्पेंशन चाहते हैं तो आपको बस यहाँ पर ये बटन प्रेस करना है। ये ड्राइव मोड्स के लिए जो नॉब है उसी के सेंटर में आपको बटन मिल जाता है स्पोर्ट सस्पेंशन चूज़ करने के लिए। नाउ इन स्पोर्ट्स मोड गाड़ी बहुत ही क्विक रिस्पॉन्स देती है, इतना क्विक कि आप सरप्राइज भी हो सकते हैं। The suspension in sports mode is quite stiff but not uncomfortable, at least not on the highways. Overall इस गाड़ी की जो हैंडलिंग है वो मुझे बहुत पसंद आ रही है। स्टीयरिंग प्रिसाइज है, वेटेड पता चलता है और थोड़ा सा बॉडी रोल है, लेकिन अगर आप शार्प टर्न्स वगैरह लेते हैं तो गाड़ी काफ़ी इन कंट्रोल पता चलती है। एक पॉइंट यहाँ पर मैं ज़रूर दिखाना करना चाहूँगी कि इसका जो ब्रेक फील है वो थोड़ा सा वुडन लगा मुझे, बिकॉज ये हाइब्रिड है। 48 वोल्ट का जो इसका सिस्टम लगा हुआ है, उस पर रीजनरेटिव ब्रेकिंग चाहिए होगी उसको चार्ज करने के लिए, तो वो इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ियों की जो ब्रेक फील होती है वैसा थोड़ा सा यहाँ पता चलता है। और जैसा मैंने कहा, एटलीस्ट आज की ड्राइव में आई कुड नॉट गेट यूज्ड टू दिस गियर सेलेक्टर सिस्टम हियर। You also have manual mode on this Maserati. काफ़ी बड़े साइज़ के हैं ये, लेकिन ये क्योंकि स्टीयरिंग के साथ मूव नहीं करते, तो अगर आपको टर्न पर गियर शिफ्ट करना है, अगर आप मैनुअल मोड में हैं, गियर शिफ्ट करना चाहते हैं आप इनके साथ, तो थोड़ी मुश्किल वहाँ पर हो सकती है। What adds to the fun element of Grecale is the sound it makes. But only in sports mode. The Maserati Grecale starts at an ex-showroom price of Rs 1.3 crore with the top-of-the-line Trofeo variant powered by a V6 engine priced at Rs 2.05 crore. Despite being an SUV, the Grecale stays true to Maserati's core DNA. It boasts the hallmark Italian design with striking looks, luxurious interiors, ample space, a wealth of features, and delivers an exhilarating driving experience.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto, and today we are riding the all-new Bajaj Pulsar N125. Yes, it's not the Pulsar 125, it's not the Pulsar NS 125. This is all-new Bajaj Pulsar N125. Sits right between the Pulsar 125 and the NS 125. First, let's talk about the design of the Pulsar N125. And yes, as far as the overall looks are concerned, it quite sits well with me because I really like the design on this motorcycle. This panel that you see here done in nice shade of purple, sharp fuel tank extensions, and if you go down to the front section, you have this nice angular headlight right here, and adding to the visual mass, to the visual appeal, are these fork tubes that you see here. So basically there are thin 30mm tubes underneath this. And just to give it more bulk, more visual appeal, Bajaj has given those fork sleeves, fork covers, and yes, the overall design is very, very youthful. So Bajaj has targeted the Pulsar N125 mostly towards the youth, the Gen Z, so to say, but Bajaj also says that this is a practical motorcycle and other members of the family will not hesitate in riding this. So practicality is another aspect that Bajaj has kept in mind while designing this motorcycle. And yes, we quite like the looks of it, like I said. The Pulsar N125 is offered in 2 variants, with and without Bluetooth. But there are a few more changes. The Bluetooth model gets a digital display, an integrated starter generator, along with an idle start-stop system. The one without Bluetooth gets a different display and no ISG along with no idle start-stop system. The color schemes are different on both motorcycles too, and the rear tire on the base model is 10 mm narrower than the one on the top spec model. And now let's get to the engine and the performance part of it. So Bajaj says that the Pulsar N125 gets an all new 125cc engine, single cylinder, air cooled of course, and the chassis is all new as well. It's a diamond frame and it has been tweaked from the other models in the segment that Bajaj has, slightly tweaked to increase the torsional rigidity and the stiffness so that the motorcycle handles better, and we'll talk about that in a bit. Coming to the engine, it makes about 12 PS at 8500 RPM, yes, it's a high strung engine, and 11 Newton meters of peak torque at around 6000 RPM. Bajaj says that 80% of the torque is available from 2500 RPM, so it is a torquey engine, and when we rode the motorcycle in the city, we felt that the bottom end grunt is quite strong and the mid range is quite solid as well.